if we could get people to start logging in for buffage.
Sure thing. Also, CG and chats hate me. I put them on something and I just get the upgrade next day. It's great.
Pooksy. Paging Pooksy. I can't buff my group till you. Yes, thank you. Loading screen boss, yeah. Kia. Yeah, sell it on. You just, yeah. It's a struggle. Steak nachos. Where are you?
Targas, I think.
Uh,
No, he's walking into Blackrock Mountain. Never mind.
okay. And then we need Roke, and that's everybody. Everybody.
Because he fell like a nub.
Ah, oof.
Oh, I will come out and res you. Don't run
Rogue,
back.
how did you get the Songflower? I don't understand.
Tried my hardest. I went try.
Filthy hacker. How do you do that? I can never get a Songflower.
I don't even know how to do a Songflower.
It feels like hack. Like you've clearly got some new strategy I don't know about.
Yeah, I'm trying the Trothax strategy. Just go full world buffs and just slam your face into minions.
Oh fuck! I forgot to grab all my fire resistant stuff. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, not that way. There we go.
Roll for Cookie Council, please.
Thanks, Allie.
No problem. And Bray, that's very cute macro. Bob has something like that in the IL core, and I figure it probably confuses the shit out of the new healers.
Oof.
Since Alistar isn't in the IL core.
Dolo over here flexing his big hammer.
I'm gonna fort 4 since they all came in so late. Save you some mana. There you go.
Hakan, I had to let me get in hypo and JPEG.
That's fine, man. I was a little late, my bad.
Closey, let me hit the macros again. So your groups for buffs are 3 and 4.
There we go.
And for the 2 tank heals, you're gonna be on basically raid. You know, keep the people that pull aggro and stuff up. For 3 tank, when we have Flow and Gogu and Kashan, you're on Flowcat. You and saving you. Which on the Thorns, we do have Pooksy here too, so that can be shared.
Are they improved?
So let me get and JPEG, y'all see the vote window?
Yeah, I see.
All right, let's have a smooth run with minimal repair bills. That's my goal for the day. Personal goals are good.
How many alts did we wind up with?
I think 5's the max.
4 or 5. It's just they're all priests.
I mean, it's fine. We've got a bunch of warriors and rogues. Looks fine to me.
One's
Many
a,
bubbles for all, right?
Incoming.
I like the Shadow Priest.
So alt priests, in particular, you know, you're going to see pretty quickly who's pulling aggro. Our high DPS folks. Keep an eye on them in particular.
I think I'll just tell it fine.
Well, we've had 2 rogues pull aggro already, so
What
that's
do you mean?
pretty much par for the course in here. To be expected, not unusual. Let's just try and give them some love.
We'll be fine as long as you focus on Trothax.
Yes, Trothax, yes.
But I keep him steadily supplied with Hellstones.
It's true.
Sure, loot your 4 hounds today. Also, the alts that are in here, you'll need to switch to your mains for Onyxia.
Dog
So-
behind.
That way, you will be attending this trial during
What if we're on our main for MC and want to join as an alt for Oni?
If you want to switch to your alt for Ani, that's perfectly fine if you're on your main in MC.
God, let me out of combat. Also, priests, your buff groups are also your primary dispel groups. So when we get to the, you know, stupid dogs doing their massive dispels, focus on your groups first. Goku, why are you so quiet today?
I'm making potions. Can
Oh, well.
can speak in the same time.
It's like chewing gum and walking at the same time.
So, Tuesday night we had 2 maze bindings drop off trash. I think that's more than we've had drop in our whole raiding career in this year.
Wait,
Damn.
main spot? It's like the bracers?
Did you buy a new microphone? Jay? I'm stunned.
I actually put mine.
We're all fucking stunned.
Folk were fussing about how shitty I sounded, so.
Hey, I thought he sounded like an angel, but he just, you know, I couldn't stop him. The dog that likes to wipe us is coming up the hill.
Oh,
How
Crap,
brown is
crap.
your nose, Rogue?
Get across the bridge. Everybody pull totems.
Kill the fire. Fast.
We didn't get giants this time. So that's what it was.
We have now sacrificed the mage.
I hope we are not pulling the giant. Not so.
Want me to pull him?
No. I still have some potions to make for you, Ansel. You can pull next time.
Oh,
Stack up on the surger so you don't end up in the lava.
well, if somebody didn't bring her out, I would have had her made them, so my tank didn't have to.
I can make potions too. And we have 9,000 healers today, so.
There's only one
I got
potion
imps.
that I can't make.
Right in.
I have
I don't know when they nerfed this because in the beginning my AoEs they were immune to and they aren't anymore.
It just happens when you have a power level over 9,000.
That was bad.
Yeah, I was trying for something.
I have like 12 Raider Arcanes on me.
Oh, it's okay, I had somebody make them.
Well, you should have sent me mail.
Watch the recipe. Gimping my mages today.
Kill anything.
Alright, priests. We got piles of priests. I want to see these dispels so nobody's getting blowed up. All the other healers heal the tanks and stuff once we pull the boss. We're not pulling it right yet.
Am I dispelling?
Yes, all priests dispel on this fight. Just start in group 1 and work your way over. Or else you can, hit yourself and then hit everybody else.
Ink.
We all have the macro that dispels the mind tool. So that's the other. Well, all the regular priests do.
Warrior. Use intimidating. Warrior.
Also, this is where you can get your staff skill. Love these talkers.
Man, you just go stand behind that little flame jet thing. Maybe boss won't see you.
Flo is on cross. I will be on skull.
Pre-bubble flow if you're on him.
And let's pull back.
Dispel. Somebody didn't dispel the Profax. Well, or somebody around.
not pull aggro on that. My threat meter sucks.
Is this min-maxing? 'Cause
Yeah.
you did for a second.
Did
I
I?
had to ton it off.
Oh, sorry. It looked like okay. My threat meter was like a few seconds behind.
I think it's so evil how we always kill our mind-controlled people.
Look,
Like,
They had
why?
I'm pretty sure I backstabbed him.
feels bad.
Spot rebuffs. Ah, done. Good.
Ink.
Broke, are you on Star?
I'm on blue. Or unless I'm insane. I might be insane.
You're insane.
Okay. Yeah, I'm insane. I'm grieving because I just lost all my buffs, so I'm devastated.
What you did? Oh, fuck.
Yeah, Trothex and I died.
Don't wait for you to go get new ones.
I think I'm gonna start bringing Winterfall Firewaters and giving them as consolation prizes when the warriors die.
Oh, that.
This is like the one time I got a Songflower and I died on the first boss. I'm just very sad.
What is that?
I'm sorry. Let's all grieve with Rogue. That's really terrible.
Yeah. Please.
No,
Sounds like
seriously. I mean, my best buddy, Barris, is a warrior, and that happens to him all the time. And it puts him in a horrible funk. I've gotten to where I just, like, pray that he doesn't die right away, because it's like, oh god, he's gonna whine all night. It is upsetting. Yeah.
That's why world buffs should be gone. I can't wait for them to be gone.
Yeah. Yeah. Because they're almost more depressing than anything else, it seems like. And then when people lose them, it's like, oh, I'm not going to try anymore, you know?
Yeah, I tried that one week and I felt super gimped.
But you forget for the next one, next week, 7 days, and you keep trying.
Well, I meant that after they lose their buffs in the raid, it's like, oh, I'm not going to be able to be competitive anymore for the rest of the raid. That's what I meant. Not that they don't get them again week after week.
You want to schedule a no buff raid?
Yeah, it's gonna happen when AQ comes out after we die.
I mean, I'm
Yeah.
down. It sounds fun.
I think we have people that just the very idea of not getting buffs when they're available would make them twitch uncontrollably.
It
Right?
is.
So, I don't see that happening. This is again our standard. Well, it's really going to be one tank, but if you're on one or two, you're on the tank.
Incoming.
Oh god, they're going to steal it away from the player.
What? No toasted melee.
Beat you.
Yes, you did, damn it.
Oh, nice deeper smolders.
Sweet, sweet nature damage.
Yeah, those things are actually, bis for anybody wanting some Ellie Boom that doesn't want to wear cloth for the whole expansion.
I should have brought my shaman. Get all the Earth Fury gear.
It's so free. I mean, I've seen times where like 8 out of 8 drops and none of them get taken by anyone.
Yeah, it drops a lot.
The amount of shaman loot to drop in MC is insane.
Well,
Double
remember
the
stream
others.
back in the day, Pally loot used to drop. And my theory is they just said, okay, instead of dropping that Pally loot for Horde or vice versa, let's just make it all Shaman or all Pally, depending on faction. That's why I think we get so much damn Shaman loot.
Yeah, it's like double the drop rate of
Yep.
others.
It
Here's
makes
the thing,
sense.
though.
It does.
I'm gonna bring
really.
my shaman next week to try to gear it up with the Earth Fury stuff I don't have, and nothing's gonna drop.
Yeah, watch
Yeah,
it.
for the Pally
Well,
loot.
that's the other rule.
Although my shaman, the first month got almost nothing, and then the second month stuff started dropping. But meanwhile, 3 new shamans joined, and yeah,
Well, Innovate is sort of nice in theory, but in practice in Classic, I don't think it's that super great because that particular heal is just not one we use all that much in actual execution. But the 5 of 8 T1 is nice. That mana return is really pretty significant, so if you have mana issues at all.
Break, can you make a pro pull and pull the dog in like 5 seconds? Or should I try?
And he do it.
Perfect.
Easy.
Yes, he can.
Oh right. He's not on Hunter.
Look at that, Zodak.
Oh yeah, I love this.
Where you see that fast loot? I got you, man.
That's why I haven't moaned about the Storehams because
I got you back.
Should it be another dog patrolling?
there should be one slug.
I don't see any dog incoming.
No, that's the one that was stuck when we jumped down.
Okay. Cool.
We shadow prot the tanks on this one. That's pretty much it.
How lovely.
Incoming.
Stickers. These kind of fights always make me miss Bill. You guys remember him? Stickers. So when I say that, it's kind of channeling Bill.
We pull extra.
Ooh, nice bracers.
Yep.
How do I roll?
If you need it, roll need. If you want it for off spec, roll it for off spec.
There should be the little window there. Just hit MS.
Oh
the
no,
item.
'cause I'm on an all.
Will
Yeah.
Loot Council can decide. It looks like you're the only one that wants it in, so it doesn't matter how you do it. Min-maxing steak nachos and golden means roll off spec for the discards of stability food.
Oh yeah, that was an off-spec roll, right?
Yeah, 'cause I'm shadow. At least she gets over 500 healing in her heal slide.
Bro, you need
Think they're
bracers? Pooksy, you need bracers?
Zodex, I need your help. Thank you.
That was a fancy pull.
And to the dog I want with the mannequin.
I need a bigger mana pool.
Tell me about it.
Says the Oomkin.
Coming giant. We have a dog incoming from the tunnel.
Oh, another dog.
So for new healers on this one, since one tank runs in and frequently gets everything for a second, just be prepared to throw a small to medium heal so you do not pull aggro on the tanks, no matter what your assignment is. Just always go for the tanks at the beginning, and then we'll even them out. How are you guys doing it this time? Who's on ads?
Should be Gugu on ads and Cash on the.
The boss.
Okay,
Boss.
so just the 2 tanks, no change to assigns there.
I'm pulling in 5. Chill me, please. Incoming. Did I got them all?
Looks like it.
Wow, this game is so
Really? That one's not higher prio than your food and stuff? Oh, your diamond blast. Right? Every time I'm still not used to that yet. I always think you mean, flask.
diamond blast. It removed my diamond blast. It got damage game.
At least you didn't die.
That's very
Don't you mean my heals?
Yeah, the diamond blast doesn't do anything for your deeps, does it? Aside from keeping you from being dead.
What do you mean? Diamond Flask does a lot for my deeps. That's my biggest DPS cooldown outside of that. Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, it gives you. That's the point of popping it. It gives 75 strength for 1 minute. It's not only a healing cooldown. I actually don't use it as a healing cooldown because that would give me more threat, and that's not a good idea.
OEB.
Are you serious?
Wait. Did you get a pop out? There it is.
I still can't believe that's. Wait. Yeah, that's our third drill disc, right?
Yeah, I think that's right.
I don't think it's better than the one off of Tower, though.
It's really useful for AoE because of the.
Yeah, AoE, arcane damage, yeah.
And it looks better.
Ah, Rayner's not here and he died. Alright, well, we'll get our rebuffing sort of happening on the last roll, I guess.
Don't forget to click off Ant Magic.
Excellent call. Because I had forgotten.
Low fire resist.
Yeah, if you have low health, this is a good spot for some fire resist so you don't get fire blossomed to death.
Yeah, about that. Let me just equip all of the stamina gear I can find.
Incoming.
Make sure you click off all Ant Magic, please.
God eated my DM buff. Motherfucker.
I mean, to be fair, I should be happy he ate my diamond flats, because he didn't take away my attack power buff. Didn't know you could do that, though. I thought it was only, like, you know, other buffs. Is it boss next? No, it's not.
Now, you don't have to blow all your mana on dispelling these little short time buffs, like the 30-second ones or whatever. Don't worry about those; they'll fall off fast enough. It's the 15-minute motherfuckers.
Boss incoming.
Thank God for Thunder Fury.
Right?
New record.
Wait, was it? Oh, nice.
Score. Cookie didn't need it.
Rat spray.
Woo! 3 pieces.
Look at you.
I got about 10 more levels, and then I'll be doing that shit too.
I like thinking back to the beginning when we used to get to here at about 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
Feels good.
Come on, Zodex. What's taking so
Ooh, backseat hunter.
Whoa.
Here you go, Bray.
Pulling in 5, change your gear, guys. Fast.
My way's more fun.
Incoming. Hard.
Shit, too close.
I don't wanna.
Yeah, Trothax and I tried that the first boss and we died.
Yeah, let's just say I stayed out because I was scared I was gonna
That
die.
was Gogo's fault. That was my fault.
All you tanks are the same.
You are a tank too.
Eh, I'm an off tank. I'm a different breed.
I pressed Blood Fury, so that was a bad idea. So I moved out, and that's, you know.
Yeah, Dolo, you were so far up there, I couldn't reach you.
That's okay. And not just that, but I was, in addition to being too far from you, I was too close to the guy spitting fire. So bad
Oh,
on me.
it became a roast Dolo.
Yes, extra
I
crispy.
mean,
Better than roasted chicken.
I know I can rhyme, but spitfire, that's a little much.
Hey,
But
yo, roll there.
Jeez, man.
hey, you know what? If you throw enough out there, something finally hits. Okay.
I'm so proud of you. You made a joke.
Hey, I'm assuming someone's seen that pizza delivery order rep. It's actually pretty dope.
Yeah, sure sounds it.
No, if you just YouTube like pizza wrap delivery, it's actually really good.
Talking coming from the tunnel. You are staying in the firewood.
Likes to be crispy.
Stun.
Your cat was cold.
Let's take this back.
Is there a mage with some extra free water?
Sure, open trade.
Who is that? Yay, JP. Thank
Beat
you.
me to it.
Why is that free? Is somebody charging you?
Actually, I pay for this shit all the time in org.
That's fair.
Let's go, guys.
Well, you know, I'll ask in guild, but a lot of times people are on their alt or, you know, in an instance or something. So, okay, kill this shit.
Oh damn it! I did the fighting attack here.
No powers for you.
Kia and saving you, roll for this dagger, please.
Doggy, doggy, doggy.
Waiting for the day I get 2,600 attack power, and I can stop spamming execute.
Well, technically, that day's never really gonna come because that's gonna require a shit ton of buffs that
Yeah.
you just won't be able to keep.
I mean, for a little bit, it's
Broke is still bummed.
I'm
sorry.
sad.
Sounds like Eeyore over there.
Hey, that's my nickname in you know, the pug. Christy likes to call me Eeyore.
Look, it's just upsetting. It's like a battle.
Well, it's just like I really want to see like what a two-hander can do with a bunch of buffs, but I just don't like getting the buffs all the time, so it's tough.
I mean, okay, so Songflower, I would recommend getting all the time because it's kind of upsetting.
Oh, I'm well aware. Trust me. I know.
Everything else I can get the whole time is easy.
I went and got full buffs a couple times for BWL, and each time I was the first person picked on Veil to explode. So yeah, fuck that.
You
Pretty much.
should be implementing the hard thing.
We didn't know about the Hearthing thing at that point.
Yeah, fair.
Just doing 2 tanks rather than 3 here, correct?
Yes.
Zodex, can you pull square to me, please? Go.
Incoming.
I got scared.
You got bubbled. Healed really fast by some people.
Yeah, it's a bit tricky in the beginning if you get some parry.
Oh, I totally get it. Don't worry. I was scared. You know, thank you, Aurea, for those lips. I knew I'd need
More deeper spalders. Oh, breastplate of
I don't think I've
mine.
ever seen it before, and now we've seen 2.
Yeah, they took a long time to drop. They're nice though. They're great for soloing too, by the way. Going and grinding your demonic runes and crap.
Oh yeah, those are really nice. I mean, if you have 2 characters, it kind of defeats the point because you just kill stuff with one character and the other one's just in the back healing. But
What's up, peoples?
Hey, Kappa.
Hey!
Ah, what's up, Christy?
What?
Fucker.
They sound alike.
Oh.
How do you confuse Kappa?
No.
Because it's called deliberate.
It's an ongoing joke. Come on, guys.
You should explain it. It's always better.
Yeah, the good ones always need to be explained. Everybody knows that.
one kite.
How many tanks are we using?
One second.
Okay.
So let's have Vogon Skull Cache on cross. Let's have Floquet on green triangle, Rock on both, and let's kite Star. The other one will be shipped.
Do you want to do rebuffs first? And which group do you want me to?
I don't know.
Okay. Some slight changes to that. We have Roke as well. So I'll keep an eye on Roke. And also, Pooksy maybe. If you can reach both, also please hit Roke. You know, just keep some rolling hots on him or something.
You want me to put my healing gear on?
Nah. Pew pew.
Okay. Okay.
And just don't kill yourself on, you know, the magic reflect thing.
And,
Oh, that's right.
And burn cooldowns in the beginning on Star. Ready when you are, Miss. Incoming.
Reckless mortals.
Green triangle. And diamond after.
Magic reflect.
Diamond. You can paint that.
Great tank healers, they're all about to break.
Magic reflect.
Leaf.
If I'm being too reckless, tell me, by the way, Goku. Sorry for that. I think I was tanking the round for a bit.
Yeah, when I took
recklessness of your quest.
Star.
I go now to summon the Lord whose house.
Oh yeah, I.
No. Or I should say nay. Oh, Sasha whispered secrets.
Sasha whispered
Ooh.
secrets.
Sasha, yes. Oh, and Korhan too.
Yeah, that one's good. Sasha whispered secrets.
Don't you make fun of my occasional speech lapses.
Hey, I love it.
Oh, lead brute hammer of the bear is on the ad here.
I do want.
Him teleporting me kinda saved my life. Like, teleported me into the middle. That's a mechanic people don't really notice until they get teleported.
Oh, now I gotta go farm the other eye.
thought you had it.
Oh,
Just
Rough.
buy it.
Just
no?
rough. Yeah.
and I'm poor.
Okay.
Very poor.
Okay. You're poor.
No, I'm very poor.
Are you poor? Please.
If I hadn't been coming to the raid, I'd have been riding on a purple pony.
Oh, nice. You got veggies as well.
I saw one of these for 10k on our
10k for Edge Master?
Yes, this is not.
No. It's
Man,
3k.
that's madness.
It's like 3k for them. I've seen people sell them at 3.5. I don't know why somebody would be putting it up for
Gold
that.
sellers.
They're 7k on my server.
Okay.
Oh hey man.
What server?
2.0.
Hi there.
Hey guys, how you doing?
2.1. Good.
I've
How's
been
life treating
listening
you?
in. How you doing?
Everything's fine, man.
Can Kesha get a mark, please?
I got a timer saying best clear 5 minutes from now on.
Yeah? You do?
Let's get in a position pretty quickly so that we make sure everybody's stacked properly.
I don't know where I go
Tagon,
now.
you're kind of covering for Kappa. Why don't you come over here where the main tank healers are? Going with this. So, Alistar, Pooksy, Cyclone, Celadon, Aurea, Shannon, and you are Aurea. So, move to your right a little bit. You need to be more than 18 yards from me. I'm on the edge here. Yeah, Pooksy can stand on top of me. And let's get Celadon. Are you over here? You should be standing on top of Tig 1.
Make sure and get a mark of wild on Kashan, please.
I usually stand, but it's fine.
And on Google, please.
And do we have totems in correct placement?
Yeah, 10 seconds. 9, 8.
Hope so. Okay, Pooksy, get back here. Yeah, good. Stack here.
Three, 2, 1.
Wee! Boy, I got bumped twice already.
Yeah, same. Oh, 3 times.
Looks like Tig's taking a lava bath, so bye, Tig.
No, I got in the lava, couldn't get back out, and get firebombed again out of the lava.
Did Risky push you in?
Might have tripped him.
I think it was face first.
Oh.
Oh, for the love of God. How did I die right at the end again? Dumbass.
Yo, Dolo, get that shield. We can be brothers again.
We cleared in 52 minutes, saying it's a new record.
Nice.
No way. There's no way that's our best clear.
I think it is.
It's a
It is,
PvP
man.
ring.
I never
don't
met
get
her already.
Dude, we were like lollygagging.
When does that timer start, though? At the kill of the first boss?
No, the second you pull the first giant, it starts.
What?
that's when.
then something is wrong because we pull right on time. Should be like
Then.
60.
I mean, it might be.
Where's Kia? Kia, can you ping? Unless
I got
somebody else sees you. Oh, you got him. Good.
I thought we were a little late.
That was fun though.
It sure felt
It
fast.
was.
I mean, it might be because we had like 50 billion melees as well. And like everybody got buffs. I guess a few of us died early, but
Off to Onyxia. Are we doing full group?
Yeah.
Yay.
Raggy got a little messy. But wait, what happened? Did our tank keep getting knocked back or something? I wasn't really.
I got one back. One knockback.
Oh yeah.
Alright, if you're on your alt, switch to your main, please. If you're on your main and you want to switch to your alt, go ahead and do that now.
Yeah, can I see 39 alts in here, please?
Please no.
Just one bag.
I'll be fine. You can do.
Actually, yeah, I'm okay with that because then I would get a bag.
Easy.
Yeah, right.
Amen.
I don't have an ult. Feels bad.
The bag eludes me.
Flying, smoking.
I'm a flying.
I am too. I've got some good shit.
I'm going to smoke.
I wonder how to delete combat log without exiting the game.
What do you mean by that? Like, deleting like your current registered combat log?
I uploaded the combat log for MC only. I want to
Oh,
do it
you want to delete it, right?
differently, like one combat log for ZG, one combat log for
Oh, I can
MC.
help with that. So you're using the normal damage done meter and the like, yeah, the one you usually. Do you just go? You see how there's like 5 options, like right above the, like the meter you have. Is the last option should be able to like reset all data if you hover over, or that it might be different from what you're using
That
here.
doesn't have any connection with
Yeah.
damage meter or something. It's something else.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I've never uploaded these before. I don't know who does it. You might have a better chance asking somebody from IL because I see their logs are always separate.
Let me see if that way is Trotax says. I cannot archive, man. It's in use. So if I'm trying to archive, it says the process cannot access the file because it's already in use.
Yeah, I think you cannot do anything with the file while the game is running, and you actually have to restart it because otherwise just the process keeps the lock on the file. But I think the combat logger will actually split them into different raids automatically if you just keep the same log file.
The only reason I'm trying to do this is because if I'm exiting the game, my stream record will divide in many files. It's not only one for the entire raid.
Damn, I was so close to a 99 on Geddon. What a troll.
Yeah, Key has the best advice. Look, reinstall Windows.
That's pretty big brain.
I don't know if I have time until Onyxia. Should I try really fast?
Do it.
Rip.
You can delete Trotax. It's in use, so I'm not sure how to stop recording into that file. Yeah, might work to log on one of my alts. Yep. I'll try in a second.
Don't you dare stop for that paid leave.
I didn't. I didn't even pause. I did think about it though.
Are you on follow?
No.
So let's
passed
see.
by
We
3
still
of them.
have everybody the same for buffage. Sweet.
Just
less typing is a good day.
I just need to log out from the game and it's working by trying to delete the file. So just log out and log in. I will ask Darhol because he was doing that and I don't know how. Maybe he find a better way.
Oh, wait a second. Let me eat my tender wolf steak.
Do you think I have a minute to run downstairs, or are we gonna get going?
Well, we still got to rebuff, and people aren't all in here yet.
Okay,
So.
then I'm gonna go real quick.
Yeah. Yeah, if I hit my Spirit of Zanza and ate a toasted smork, I would be over 1,000+ heals.
What?
But I'm not wasting it on Ani. Fuck that. I'll do it tomorrow.
I just hit like 650 and I'm all happy. You're at 1,000, Jesus.
Well, I mean, this one's, you know, full geared, pretty much. With the exception of one hot shit ring and another hot shit trinket. Those are the only two things that would make it higher.
Yeah, and those s'mores are ridiculous.
Yeah, that's like 44 more plus heals, right?
Yep.
It's too bad you're kind of limited in how many you can get.
Was I stoned when I was counting, Grogu?
I think you gave me too many. I just saw that.
All right, let's get moving.
Coming.
Yeah, we still need some buffage guys. Just stay in the back. We should be okay. I'm good up front.
We'll get the second one in 10 seconds.
Oh, dead.
Incoming.
Redrop totems down here, please.
I won't forget this.
Dolo Itrok on left, please, and Gogo Itrotax on right. It's blockade on boss in the beginning.
Lean to the left.
And just watch the dragon, guys. Don't be, you know, getting in front and getting breathed and all that
She's a
other
dragon.
embarrassing shit.
She's a dragon. She does dragon things.
On you, Flo.
Yeah, she screws donkeys.
Accurate. That was way too good. Not that.
Really, really?
Well, we can't go on the other side.
Look.
Oh, we got whelps.
Oh. No. What? Lucky. I didn't.
Not Goku.
I didn't pull anyone.
Cool down.
There we go. Great green gloves. I love that.
Alright, he's up on DPS mark, go north. Rogues vanished. It's on cash. Some whelps.
Drop.
I was like gonna be all happy, no deaths, and then I see poor Risky lying on the floor.
Ooh, petrification.
So are you working on the Oni chain for worse?
She's done.
She keyed.
Roll for me if you have
Uh-oh.
2 bags.
I rolled 100. It's mine.
So you give it to your favorite hunter because you're not in game. Thanks.
But the hunter's not playing right now. Or should they
know.
come on?
Looks like Shannon's astounding luck has stricken again. Is this your second bag or your first one? Excellent. One less person rolling next week. Ha!
Until she decides to stop playing, and then we have to get a new shaman.
Shannon never stops playing.
Anybody still need the head? Can anybody turn the head in still?
That's what I'm looking at. Oh, no, I've got one in the bank.
Anybody in the instance that can take this head so it doesn't get...
Next time I won't leave.
Yeah, I forgot. I should have stayed. I forgot. I left early.
Yeah, I would have taken it had I known.
Do we get to roll on a flask? Or did Goku have a flask?
I have it, so I don't need it.
What flask?
I have it all.
The petrification, whatever it's called.
You don't have.
I know.
You don't.
No, I don't.
I don't think
Go to you. There are
Crispy, if you want to go to your
it's
warrior...
not worth a Black Lotus. Hell, it's not
Go-
worth green foil.
Go ahead and drop group. We can re-invite everybody.
Listen to you, Flo.
It's just when she's in her hair.
Yeah, so I'm opening in the morning. They just took Allison's dad to the hospital.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's his heart. Again.
Dabu.
Hold that Zeppelin.
Wait for me.
I've got the heart of Picard. Should I drop it or save it for another day?
Save it.
Yeah, save it. We don't have time to go to the island to get the buff.
All right, since the Zep went, I'm gonna hearth and fly.
He did not flow. Might have missed the Zeppelin, but
When it comes to the mounts, is that like a main core raider item, or can that go to anyone, alts included, if they reserve it?
We've always done mains over alts on everything, so.
Okay.
Also, feel free to roll.
Well, I mean, people are going to reserve them out, so I'm going to be on my alt, so I can't even. It doesn't matter. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, Tiger Mount dropped yesterday.
Yeah, but doesn't your alt actually have gear in there they could use?
No, my alt has. I'm pretty sure my alt. The only thing that I could use is the eye patch off of the fish boss, but I don't even care that much about it, so it's not a big deal.
Oh.
I just want the exalted reps.
Allie, do you have anything you want to reserve?
So, Rook, I'll ping you when we're both out.
Oh, yeah.
I left all my stuff in the bank again.
you need to go get your stuff.
I am in STV now.
Hypo, you here?
Yeah.
You got anything you want to reserve, CG?
Oh, 56 is icky.
I don't really have a reserve. I just be main spec rolling stuff. I don't really care about much in here.
How could you say that?
It's ZG at this point. A lot of us just have everything. Basically, idols for offs or for eventual gear.
Are we gonna do fish boss? If we do fish boss, I'll do eye patch, I guess.
The boat's here.
You gonna take 5 or?
I'll start a 5-minute timer when I get in the instance. Yeah.
You guys are in the wrong raid thing.
Yeah, we're moving down now. Sorry.
So why are you forcing them to move, you bully?
They always will.
It's because you smell.
Well, you know. Okay, so are we gonna be able to do CG again with the same boss that's up.
Yeah, because it changes on Monday, and this is the last day of this 3-day cycle.
Okay.
Run inside, Hypo.
Because I don't have my potion with me. I have to make one, but my Lotus is on a tune that's in Thunder Bluff.
Because you tried to click my summon, they aggroed me.
I have just landed at Gromgal. If you guys are in a hurry and want to summon me, I'd love one. This is Alistar.
You're not even in our group.
She is
You're in the
too.
wrong channel.
No, he's not.
Oh,
She's
no,
in
he's
our
in our group.
Yeah.
Oh, there you are.
God.
I thought you liked it that I was blind.
Only when you tell me how beautiful I am.
Only because I don't want you to die to the things that you're going to run through.
Well, that's true. All the shit I'm gonna pull.
She has a fast mount.
I do. And Worst is gonna have one soon.
Stop spending 500 golden flowers. You'll get it quicker.
No, I mean, like, if I wasn't here, she'd have her shiny purple pony right now. I was 17 gold short, and I was waiting for 250 to come in the mail. I was like, are you kidding me? Oh, I think she has all my mana potions.
You don't need mana pots.
That's a good thing, because I don't have any. Oh, I have some little ones. That'll work.
I have 2 stack of big ones on me that I didn't put back in the bank. If you want a stack, then just send them back later. That's fine.
Oh, just in case.
Yeah, because I won't use 2 stacks in here. I probably won't even use 1.
Yeah, I was moving stuff just in case. I was pretty sure she had everything she would need if she went to MC, and then I get scared that she wouldn't have it, so I put a bunch of shit on the mage and ported the mage down.
Yeah, inventory management is complex.
She needs a... Oh, never mind. You're a hunter. You faked it.
We do, but neither one of us have our potion with us, so as long as there's another lockout with the same boss, I'll be fine.
Risky, you want to take 1, 2, and I'll do 3, 4?
Why don't you just go to town and get it, and I'll summon you? Instead of maybe getting it later.
Oh, that works. And then I'll just give it back to him.
Why?
Well, one of us will. If only one drops. Why, what?
I gave him the Lotus for it.
You guys still summoning people?
Gonna summon her once she goes and gets her potion.
Norda, can you just
I'm
pop
not-
inside real quick and let me
Finish up the
I'm struggling for things to say about it,
Yeah.
really. It's a saloon car. It's...
There we go.
It's green. It's 4.8 meters long.
Okay,
What else can I
somebody
tell you
said
about it
something
that you
about a
might
break,
find
like,
remotely
a couple
interesting
minutes.
or amusing?
Oh,
I know if you lift off the
Got
Vauxhall badge off the front grille, under that is an Opal badge, because most of Europe it's called the Opal insignia, not the Vauxhall. It's just here in the UK it's called the Vauxhall. Under the bonnet is a 1.8 litre 4-cylinder petrol engine which produces about 140 horsepower.
Me too.
But it's about as remarkable as that fence panel over there. In fact, I could have filmed with that instead. The diesel models are very good because they're very economical. And if you go for a late model, they even have free road tax, so you literally don't pay anything at all. The Insignia has been around since 2009, and it ran all the way to 2017 before it was replaced with a new model. The Insignia replaced a very dull and dreary Vauxhall Vectra, a car that was so boring and forgettable, I'll be very surprised if any of you remember it at all. There must be some good points with the Insignia. I quite like the styling. I think it's quite a good looking car. From most angles it's quite well proportioned. I think if Enzo Ferrari was still around, he'd probably describe it as well, thinking about it, he probably wouldn't have an opinion on it. It's also a very spacious car. The boot is huge. It really is massive. And you can fold down the rear seat, so it really does become cavernous. Rear legroom's pretty good. Rear headroom isn't brilliant because the roof slopes back down slightly, almost like a CLS. But it's quite a spacious car. I mean, it's bigger than a BMW 3 Series, but smaller than a 5 Series, so it's kind of a good all-rounder. Another area where the Insignia really excels is the comfort. It's a really comfortable car to be in this. A lot of these cars were bought by companies for members of staff, and Vauxhall knew this, obviously. They knew that the cars would spend a very lot of time on the M6. So on a motorway run, they're really economical and very, very comfortable. I think if you had to spend all day in one of these cars driving from London to Leeds, you wouldn't be too disappointed. You wouldn't step foot through your front door that night looking like the Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Seconds.
They are a great motorway cruiser. The steering's a little bit vague, but nobody's going to care about that. I like the design of the wheels too on this particular car. They just suit the car really well. I also like the colour of this. You don't often see green cars nowadays. Everything's usually black or various shades of grey. So it's nice to see something that's a little bit different. I had one of these cars last year in this same green colour, but it had a beige leather interior and a walnut trim. And although I quite liked it, I bought it and thought, who else is going to want this colour combination? Anyway, it sold within like 24 hours. The Insignia is also a very safe car. They have a 5-star Euro NCAP safety rating. They have rear ISOFIX seats, so it's a really safe car.
5, 4, 3.
Break
2,
is over now. Please log in.
No, you can't make me. You can't make me.
Nordic, is Nordic back on Discord? See him. Is your stuff working, man? Google, what we heard was some noises.
No, I didn't try to talk. I just opened my mic.
Oh.
And my daughter is
Shannon?
around.
Oh, Shannon.
Alright, I'm back.
I think Shannon might be having some trouble with Discord as well. She sounded really, really robotic earlier. Rigid axe throwers.
score. We've got this element. Go for it. Save me
Aren't
doing
you
it.
exalted yet?
It's beside the point. There's a fishing pole down there.
Oh.
Do we want fish boss? I have the lures and stuff, but I have no fish, so we would have to hit a couple of pools unless somebody else has some.
Somebody said that they wanted the eye patch if
that was Rogue.
We got it.
Yeah, he's not in the group. Okay, cool. Don't have to worry about it.
I don't care. I just like killing stuff.
Well, yeah, there's that.
I want that trinket. 10% spell hit? Yes, please.
Mm-hmm.
It's a hunter trinket.
What trinket?
Yeah, so your serpent sting won't get resisted, right?
Exactly. Arcane shot.
Hunter shouldn't be missing anyway. Got a giant target.
First, you use serpent sting. In vanilla.
Oh, Shannon, DC.
Yeah, she's been gone for a bit. Oh, Oria.
Fucking ghost. I
Yeah,
think
they're
he was
evil.
hitting me.
He
I
probably
didn't even know
was.
he's beside me.
Alright, getting her up, and then I'm gonna need to drink, but fortunately, y'all are clearing towards the node, so.
Hey, I even used Innervate in MC.
Would you innervate?
Ooh.
Alistar 3 times.
Good man.
No shit. Cool. Love that.
Cough, cough, bots, 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 bots.
Don't kill mind controls if we get one. Yeah, IL raid where I'm signing up on my hunter. My reserve was loot the fucking bats. That was my reserve.
If you need the warrior doll, trade me.
Sniper was pretty damn happy he got the tiger reason.
Yep. Only one who deserved it.
I was getting all excited thinking it was a free roll.
I know, right?
I was like, oh, bonus. I wonder if to spend my money.
That's what I'm hoping for with the Raptor. I'm the only one that reserves it weekly on Wednesdays. Hoping I don't have to buy them out.
I think I'm the only one that reserves the Raptor in our regular CPs.
I reserve it sometimes just because you get tired of doing the same thing all the time. Ah, go away.
What the fuck? Let's kill the bats first.
Really?
It's Carl. Try to ship some.
Sorry, I started dinner and then I got logged out.
More incoming.
I'll summon you.
It wasn't
Well, I
something evil.
I get DC'd earlier, and I couldn't log back into Blizzard Bottleneck. Yeah, it was still on Discord.
You gotta stop trying to make friends with those ghosts.
I think
Need a little tiny mana moment because we have dead people and summons and fumes.
Hey, it seems to be my wife again.
Yeah, what's
It
happening?
is.
Yeah.
Beats me.
Why only Aurea die?
She
Trying to make
cuddles with the
friends.
ghosts.
I think I must have been cuddling the ghost. Glad I didn't drink another mage blood potion. Jeez.
Don't hang out with ghosts then.
What? I was like an MC when we were coming back out from Lucy. Came across the bridge and I was like, ooh, look at me up here with the normal people.
Why, thank you, Flo.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Crystal clear.
That was super distracting not having it.
Flo thinks I look like Patrick Swayze.
Patrick Swayze has more hair.
Probably not by now.
Well, that's oh bad. Bad.
And his dirty dancing days were long ago.
Oh, but damn, wasn't he good?
In Denmark, we have
Yes.
a 2000 or something year old buck man that was like sacrificed in a box. So he still has all his hair because there was no hair or whatever, so it didn't decompose.
And everybody is jealous of him, right? It's like,
Yeah.
that son of a bitch is hundreds of thousands of years old and he still has his hair. What the hell?
It's pretty much, I think it's one of the best preserved corpses or whatever.
Is that guy that they named? What was his name? Started with an O or a U or something.
I'm not sure. One is called the Talon,
What's up with the ghost?
the other is called Pigbit Girl. Pretty sure like some Vikings or pre-Vikings sacrificed them or something.
Oh, no bloodline.
So sad.
It's very. Remember the runs when Dara and I used to get like 5 and 6 to a run?
Well, that was when we were clearing everything for rep and stuff.
Hirik, grant me wings
Like
of
around
vengeance.
Panther boss, that whole area always had a lot.
Well, that's
Screw this, I'm wanted. Y'all got this.
Curse you, Hakar. Curse you.
Of course, as soon as I say that, people start taking back. Fuck.
You watch, worst isn't here, so that stupid hat's gonna drop.
Oh, let me get the mine down there we passed because Dolo doesn't have this pick, so that one's yours.
What kind of miner doesn't have his pick?
Yeah, that's kind of embarrassing, huh?
I went to MC with 3 empty spaces. I got 2 things of loot, and then I looted the Heart of Fire or something. I was like, oh my god, I gotta get rid of something in case the eye drops.
I got to loot Shaz, and I got like 6 elemental fire off of it.
Nice.
Yeah, and sometimes the drought drops them as well. I'm always like, oh, yes, the run paid off. It's like the best loot you can get in there.
Yep.
Although, you should be getting that Heart of Fire transmute soon,
Oh,
right?
hell yeah. I've got like
Oh.
30 or 40 of them in my bank.
Yeah, me too.
I'll do challenging.
Fire will never be an issue again.
I'm not sure if you saw, but Trotax broke the 7 for the victory total and then 7 for I think it's pretty unlucky.
Could be worse, I thought. Could have died twice already.
I have.
In here.
I got nothing to lose now.
Don't say that. You have plenty to live for.
Do you see any patrol, Bray?
Nope. Yeah, let's please not explode. That
Yeah,
was
so
bad,
don't be
but
just
yes,
spread
I-
out. Be in 2 discrete groups far from each other. I'm going to be in a group on the right side so I can dispel Boss Dude. And that can be one, and then the other one be farther away.
But I want this to be like yesterday's run.
No.
Nothing will ever be like yesterday's run. That one was special.
Very special.
Pink.
So, Oria, move to the right or to the left?
Push to the right, then you guys move.
I haven't moved at all. I don't know what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Well, got the melee. Oh.
Watch the door.
Ah.
Fucking spell
Sorry,
batching.
Flo.
Oh. This element is bringing friends, I think.
I didn't pull them.
Oh, see. There's the mace that would go with her arm.
Can I roll vendor spec on that axe?
Hypo, you getting that res? Yes, good.
Did it for you.
And they flew through the air with the greatest of ease.
Want to buy Bloodvine. Like 5 more for my mage slip.
Well, maybe Dola will sell it to you.
Who was it that said they needed that?
Summon Stone. Yeah, I'll ship some gold. I've been waiting to try to find it cheaper on the auction house. I don't plan on playing the mage a ton, so I don't really want to spend a ton of gold on getting it.
There's a long ass fear, really.
Think.
Grabbing sheep. Oh, I was until that spider started attacking me.
Well, that's what I thought.
Yeah, they didn't want to cooperate. Too bad.
Well, Durndo got an innervate. Not intentional.
Ah, sweet. Don't have to drink as long.
And say she'll love that.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm fine with it.
It's a few more earth shocks.
I confused my button.
Say one.
Let's go.
Wow, I just got a timer for Goku's death wish.
Been getting that all day.
I guess I just haven't paid attention.
Oh my god, crispy. Oh, you're a hunter, that's right.
He dies a lot.
I got a
Well,
Drunk.
He's a faker.
Can you explain why both my healers have banned a servitude and my mage does not? Never mind.
RNG.
Why do your healers have?
It's a good PvP ring for healers.
And now our tanks are gonna have it before your mage
It's good
does.
for farming as well.
Yeah, I do farming on both my healers.
Let's see. Do we get all the pats? Little
Should be
devils.
2 more priests.
Oh,
one more.
Look over there. There's a mining node, like in the most mob-intensive spot it could possibly have picked.
Incoming.
Every time that need or greed button comes up, I imagine that that guy sweating before he pushes 1 or 2 buttons meme.
Watch your left.
I always forget which one to push.
Let's fight this next pack in the hallway.
Want to
Yeah,
just
don't
mount
go
up
left.
and run inside, or?
We can just run on. Should be fine.
In all fairness, we did an amazing clear getting in here yesterday.
Oh yeah.
Yes, amazing is a good word for it. We just kept pulling everything. Like it was like ass pull hell, but we lived, right? It was
did.
very-
And
oh,
let's
it was
get
funny.
feared into 3 other groups.
Incoming,
Then
incoming.
get punted into the Raptors, feared into the other group.
Focus your lifting.
There's something else.
Pat or something like that. One of the priests that feared us into the Raptors and then got feared into the other, or punted into the other group.
I
Yeah,
got
it was
the
a good one.
Raptors. Somebody else got the trolls behind them.
I think it was me that actually pulled both groups.
No, I got the Raptors. And that was after all the ones outside.
Then somebody got feared into that extra group.
Yep. And and then killed his mount first. That pissed him off.
We only have 2 mages, so feel free to drop.
I'll drop.
And
I'm just scared.
Oh.
We'll let him have him for rage.
Basically speaking in a common tongue, no touchy.
Exactly. And also remember, casters, I'm looking at you, Warrior. Don't stand too far back, because the hunter needs to be farther away than we are.
I was drinking.
I'm just saying, sweetie. Just saying. Risky, come join us.
We're having a cuddle party.
I'll feed your souls to Hakar himself.
Just with the air hole, you know. Who has got the gaze like 3 times?
A couple of them.
It's a goddamn mortal strike on you, Jesus. I'm sitting there spamming flash shields on you, and you know, tiny little tick on the bar is all.
Another wall, right?
Very most annoying.
Yeah, good DPS, man.
Oh, Warblade.
Oh, sure. The primal Hikari Agus drops when she's not here.
Stop with the alts. Oh my god.
Last piece she needs.
Now give her some space. She has problems.
What? Oh, there's a flower here.
Alcoholism.
Ooh,
There's
shiny.
Really
Yeah.
distracted too.
Oh, it's just
watching to make sure the
looking.
last folks come through with no unexpected guests. I think that's it. Good.
There's a node back here if anybody wants to grab it.
There's snakes.
Damn, Berserker.
And Berserker.
Yeah, how many miners did we end up having?
5.
Well, then we probably do want that node, right? I don't know. You guys think it's a lot of clearing for it, though?
Oh, just kill it.
Yeah, I'm indifferent.
a crystal.
Yeah, maybe. I haven't seen very many crystals come out of here, to be honest. I think one.
It's only one group.
One, and it wasn't mine.
Yeah.
Yes.
I didn't get all dressed up.
Watch, it'll only drop one.
And then what do you do?
Give it a try.
You guys should roll for it.
Nah, we'll just play a game, see who comes first.
It's being naughty.
Are we doing madness?
Yes.
Yeah.
Somebody stole my amp.
Ooh, still no blood.
By the way, I was thinking I will see a lot of small number 3, but actually big numbers. Over 1k.
Satisfying, huh?
Yeah, it's incredibly relaxing to play. It's so easy to keep your thread.
By the way, where you were just standing a minute ago on that last batch, I was getting line of sight no matter where I moved. I don't know if you were standing behind a pebble, but I couldn't hit you.
Who's mining that node?
Which node?
Can you ping on the map since a lot of us can't see it?
Oh, they're behind us. Yeah. It's snow. Yeah, that's not bad. It's just a second node, right?
No, we missed one outside Manicure. That's one.
Oh wow.
We got this guy.
2 full groups.
Jan and Slave 1. Good job, no.
He's up.
I'll see this. I'll see the priest.
Oh, Shannon honked and they got her again.
Damn boy walkers are immune to enslave.
They hit pretty hard too. Well, let's have a little recovery moment, I guess.
Did we pull an entire room?
Nope, we missed one group.
Jeez.
Try harder next time.
I'm sorry.
Switch to Master Loot. No, I'm taking one of those imps.
Darhol usually do that, like, oh, we pull more. What happens? Like playing innocent and
Yeah, but he does it on purpose.
yeah,
I've seen him. I watch him, and yeah, little fucker.
it was funny anyway.
I want the blue one.
Did any one of you played Diablo 1, the first of series?
I still have the original disc.
So back in the days,
have it installed.
back in the days when I was younger, I mean, I was playing that
Cassette.
game with a friend because it was no internet. It's just a small network. We are playing in the same place. Just carry my computer there was a big monitor, heavy monitor, and whatever. And usually in that game, I like to pull something like Dark because I remember that I just go straight to a door, and if you run the entire room, you can pull all the mobs into that room, but they have a delay. They don't come instantly. So I going exit to the door, coming close to my friend, and didn't told him about what's happening. And suddenly he said, "What the fuck is happening? Where are those coming from?" And he usually died. I was playing innocent. I don't know, man, what happened, because we play in 2 different rooms. So I was laughing so hard, and because he was playing with patience, and if he dies, he's just start yelling and screaming, you know. So was pretty funny.
It's always more fun to troll people who are really sincere, you know.
I was always pulling the entire map of the mobs and coming with them to that door where we stood. So it was insanely funny for me, at least.
Saying that you've been a troll for a long time.
Yeah.
Yep.
What's happened?
Which boss is it this week, by the way?
The one that separates into big things. Low health, run away.
Nightmare.
Got it.
Yeah, same as last.
Let's get it before I lose this imp.
Maria has to watch.
If there's only one, they'll get it right.
I'm asleep.
Me too.
We're all asleep. Sweet dreams. Don't hug him.
This imp hits hard. Seriously, like 1k fireballs.
I'm stunned. Vanish, guys. Die, bitch.
Only one.
Too much brag.
Spray.
Thank you.
I'm releasing the imp.
Penny, I survived because of your health zone. Now you're...
Nice shadow one.
evokes me.
Looks like the same wand off Hakar.
Yeah, I think the Hakar one also has some stats. This is nice.
Nope. Hakar one only has 18 spell damage.
Oh, really? Oh, a demonic rune. That's risky.
Score.
Yeah, right?
No, there's a mine over here. The other side.
I got an AFK minute. I'm gonna tuck by the wall here.
What is mining order?
Let me get. It's yeah, I'm not sure if you. I don't think you rolled at least. Oh, actually, I think you rolled when they rolled Fury. You can roll again if you want.
So is that mine?
I don't have you on the list. I think you rolled when they rolled Fury. Roll now if you want. No, that's not.
That's it. No bloodline. I'm done. I'm like a jinx.
Hey, Trothax, at least you beat Gia for rolling.
Oh boy.
Didn't you roll a 7?
Yeah, I think so.
If you assist me, you'll get your targets marked.
Are we ready?
Do you want to wait for Ali or pull now?
Oh, I've been back for ages.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were at AFK.
Oh, I didn't say anything, but I came running up and
Let's
started
see if everyone is
chatting
here
with
at
you.
least.
Oh my god, I need 12 Trader Eternals for the...
Let's go, man.
Which one do you want me to get? Diamond or box?
Diamond.
Okay.
Kill the tiger.
Need some damage on X.
Oh, look, it's a headdress.
It's the other ring I need on my shaman.
Snow, if you want, you can go back and get the mine now.
You've always got a chance at Panthermount.
Yeah, got him. It's my fault. Damn it, I wasn't looking.
Bad.
You want to just let me die? You just let me die.
No, let's take them.
Let him die, that'll teach him a lesson.
Yeah, then I'll learn.
I don't think so.
I'm sure that works.
Let's disarm those.
Still on Master Looter.
Nordig, I was wanting to roll off spec on the Seal of Gen, but I was too busy fucking up and pulling packs.
Fish boss?
Nope.
Nordug, you got all this stuff?
Yeah, I'm getting it.
Yeah, okay.
Do you want fish
Got no
first? We need
fishes.
fish for the fish.
Yeah, oh, that's why we asked at the beginning, and they said no, they didn't want it. So we haven't been clearing the fish pools. And I have
Oh, here
none.
comes the other three panther. Uh-huh, they were coming down.
Cute.
It's a pretty cat. A very big, green, hungry kitty cat. I just said it again. See, remember the raid we came up over the steps with got shot and pulled the platform? Who did that?
You broke my trap.
Yeah.
What? I didn't broke the trap if you asked that.
That's just payback for all the multi-shot sheep.
Pretty sure it was like 5 people breaking them at the same time.
Let's try next boss in phase 1 only.
Has everybody got their cooldowns up?
Only 1 minute.
Yeah, you can kill these. I'll res my event.
Wait, didn't go.
I think somebody was wanting to see one.
You wanted to roll off spec on it.
Yep.
And you can go for it if you want.
Bustolo wanted to roll off spec on it.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. Oh.
A 13.
Yep, rolling big.
That's twice the other one.
Well, if you add them together, you get 20. That's at least a fifth.
Someone go ring that gong.
Hang on, give me a second to finish buffs. Hold on.
Ring the bell.
Ready?
God, now I got that song in my head.
Oh my
I'm
god,
good.
now I do too.
Let's go.
Ready?
Yes.
Yes.
Ding-a-ling-a-ling.
Oh, I was thinking you can ring my bell.
Go hard.
I went hard.
That's sort of good.
Too hard.
Well, the problem is they all went hard on him all at the same time.
Yeah.
I should disarm the boss.
Oh, I probably had a battle
Yeah,
rest.
that'd probably be good.
Ugh. Sorry, brain cramp.
Yeah, my Marco's better than yours.
Remember, take the stuff over to the pulsating lock here. He'll kill it for us.
I don't know why Hellfire became like the target thing for this. Because they just continuously interrupt my Hellfire and basically I get one tick and it's gone.
You know, actually, if you say something, we can bubble you and that'll help a little bit. Because you don't get interrupted while you're bubbled. Oh shit, what the hell?
Ooh, a bash.
Wonder if it's tradable. If you didn't roll yet, Dolo, you can just knead on the back.
Did I even reserve anything?
No, you didn't.
She wants a bag.
I'm pretty sure Stream Mask was not.
I won
Yeah,
a coin.
Are we passing?
Yeah, pass on everything.
See, now you roll a 97 when you don't have to roll.
Dolo, did you get that res?
I did. Sorry.
I think I got a bunch of missing buffs again. Like, I need to buff people.
Maybe we can pause at the top. Everybody's all spread out right now.
Oh, maybe it's just because I was out.
Like everything I've ever wanted to roll Hawkswing is falling in this one run.
Look at that, 93.
Yeah.
Okay, let's group up, guys, because we had a lot of people lose buffs and stuff. Ah, shit. They're fighting. You're gonna have to wait.
Okay.
Are you just spotting? Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna get both.
Creeps behind you on Berserker.
And to the left.
Why don't we just back up a little bit?
Do it.
No, we haven't got the Berserker yet. Much
Do
better.
once you get to the log store.
Yeah, but we didn't get them all at once, so that's nice.
Come up here and around the corner. Maybe we'll... Just a minute.
You saw that, right?
We've everything.
Thought you were sleepy.
Well, I was for a moment there.
This mine is crispy.
Oh, I didn't even see the line.
You didn't think they pulled it for no reason.
Well, I figured they pulled it because, you know, it always gets pulled going across the bridge.
Pulls are never out of the question.
True. Ooh, 33 healing.
Ooh, some after in their healing set.
Oh man, I'm down to one stack of water. Anybody got a stack or two? Actually, I'm gonna ask at the end too for extras, because yeah.
I'll get you a stick now and I'll
that-
get you more after.
Cool. Thanks.
Crispy, if you don't need that bracers, I could use them.
I got square.
Oh, and look, here's the
X.
pull.
Say win.
Mind controlling.
Let's go.
Yeah, we mind control.
Okay.
Going. God damn it. It dispelled itself. I think I got hit by something.
Or maybe risky stealing your mind control. Like
No, he said blue and he's doing blue. I did X. It just
Take the pet with it.
broke almost right away. I may start bringing along one of my pieces of hit gear. Although if you get hit while you're trying to mind control, like they pull the mobs on top of you, then nah, you're screwed regardless. But I might start putting on a piece of hit gear for those MCs just in case that's an effect. Don't pull them out of the fire!
Sounds like a Murloc.
Yeah.
I was just thinking that.
Exactly.
Two Murloc. Two Murloc voices.
Love it.
That is an awesome impression.
Wasn't it?
I have been practicing that for 15 years. Thank you.
It's pretty
It's
good.
my wife. They have the Murloc cup as well.
Yes, I do have an awesome Murloc beer stein.
Are we grinding
Yeah.
rep or what?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
We don't
really
need to
have
do all
to
this, and we got 20 minutes until we're supposed to be done.
Okay.
Okay.
But at least the patrol. Let's take the patrol because they will.
Like raining on the parade summon.
Sorry, but I got shit to do. I got to go to work early tonight.
It's a good call. I completely forgot about like get in the habit.
We're having
all those.
Gogo is sucking.
Just wants to swing his Thunder
Look,
Fury.
see?
Oh.
See?
Oh.
Epic.
See?
Worth.
See?
Never actually seen one of those drop before.
Me neither.
Miss Element got it. Grats.
Nice, congrats.
Woo. With a 99. Oh, and a fire damage thing.
It's almost 500 gold on auction house, I guess.
It was fate. That's his
Yeah,
AQ
that's a
weapon.
pricey little piece. I was real interested in that on my chamois, but I did a bunch of research to see if the proc was affected by either talents or spell power. Like you have a talent in chamois to make your fire damage bigger, and they say it's not, so I got less excited. Decurse,
no
please,
luck.
decurse, yes.
I know it's like the best in slot for warriors in 2v1, but I don't know if it holds up past that.
No, you gotta decurse.
Yeah, I was spam next, but I think we don't have that many mages compared to normally.
Yeah, I think so too.
Missed
It's
that.
one global cooldown per, so you can only go so fast.
Yeah, I tried to prior the healing debuff, but yeah, with less that we only have 2 people decussing.
Yeah, it takes a few seconds to 8-second cooldown for the Stockton shot to pull him in around the corner.
Does Goga need fort?
I'm good.
Nope.
Okay, no, he's good.
Let's go, boys and girls. Oh, I'm trying to thunder only.
Nice. Too sexy for your weapon there, Gogu.
Skeletons. Not good. Not good. Totem.
I've seen that scar shot.
He didn't like my infernal.
Drop the eye, drop the eye.
Don't kill Norduk. Don't kill Norduk. Jeez. Kill red, huh?
If
There's
it's red,
that.
it's dead.
There's that mask you wanted.
And there's the hat she wanted. And the weapon she wanted. Sigh.
Want that weapon for my healing set too.
You don't even like healing. You say that every time.
I love healing, just not
Yeah,
in
right,
raids.
right.
I like 5-man healing.
Yeah.
I always have my healing set on me so that I can heal.
Oh my god, they're gonna shard it. Somebody take it.
You are going for playing whiskey today.
No one wants it. That hammer. Maybe
Really?
healing set or something.
I have it.
Diamond flask
disenchant that stuff.
Ah!
Flask set.
Ah!
Oh my god, poor Oria. She's gonna have a coroner.
got-
Are we doing the
pulled the
berserkers or
left
no?
No,
Looks
no.
like no. So right up the middle, guys. Don't pull the berserkers.
Incoming big pack. I'm shipped.
How sad.
Try to ship the big snakes, please. Or let's kill them because they are not getting control.
Someone's fighting the berserker down below.
Every time.
Oh, really? If you
Oh,
can
no.
if you can stun these guys, because I'm stuck, I can't do shit with this beam on me. And my mana's all gone. Yay, I love these guys.
I'm dead. Nobody's fighting the berserkers though.
Let's kill the square. Everyone square. Bandage. Yeah, the soul flare need to be controlled, killed or shipped in the beginning.
Interrupted.
Yeah.
Somebody with a nice full mana bar, get Oria.
None of you warriors want the mace. Is that correct?
Just don't shard it in front of me. Let me turn my back.
I want Arya to cry.
Thank you.
I have to come back and get it.
I'm pulling a small pack. Don't worry.
Hey, Red's back.
On the other side, a small pack. Ink. Big group incoming, so be ready.
Yeah, I kept have a stun behind.
Still in master loot. Maybe give him a moment between pulls after this.
It's big pack incoming, guys. Careful. Skull and cross first.
Okay, can we just get out of combat? We're just getting very low. And also he needs a moment for the loot. Otherwise he has to keep hand rolling them all forever.
Yeah, still got 2 sheep.
Can move up to Hakar.
What's the last pack?
Yep, that's them all dead.
Won't have to change.
Everybody's mana good.
Yeah, I think we're ready to go last.
I still need to buff.
Oh, sweet.
But I had no mana.
Buffs are crutch.
You guys stole
Don't give
You
him
say
one.
that because you're not missing it. Click it off. Okay.
Ship.
Oh yeah, I get to your floor. Warlocks can
Incoming.
get some revenge from the T-Bugs.
Ship go. Oh fuck, I used last 10. Mother.
Yeah, they always pick the good ones, fuckers.
And Death Wish. Ship go. I'm on Locket. That's
20 seconds on blood.
Let's kill it.
Ouch.
Don't but
Nope.
race.
7 minutes.
Get poisoned.
Stick will be.
Nope.
Sorry, I was running. Wasn't nothing I could do.
Oh.
God. Should we reset?
We're at 25%. I think we're good.
Just kill it, guys.
Go, Snore, go.
Resetted.
Well, that sucked.
Oh, I like being a turtle.
Yeah, that was just bad all around. Stole all the good stuff. Sun ends up getting killed all the way across the platform from me. Ah. Mm-hmm.
Nice answer.
Well, I guess we have one more try. If we fail somehow, people are free to go, I guess.
Just finished rebuffing him. Please don't pull.
We never talk to this again.
And yeah, if you have to go for work or something, of course.
By the way, my mage has a heart that can be turned into anything that
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah,
Does your mage have a heart?
In general, the ones we're saving, I think we're probably saving for like Cthulhu and Nax, not, CG or MC.
Yeah, there will probably be times when we go mid-range to get buffs with that.
Yeah, and especially because by then there's going to be far fewer people who still have it, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to get it on my warrior.
I think I've gotten almost all of my. Still need to pick up a F head on one, I think.
Yeah, F head I don't have on any of them, but
Let's go. Incoming.
Yep, going.
Chimbo. Dispel me.
Let's kill that.
No. God damn it. Stunned.
20 seconds.
There's no point. At least keep it for DPS.
I try to put on a good stick.
Or I can DPS, I guess. Yeah, just
You want
rest.
up?
Yes, yes. Out.
Up.
My Thunder Fury debuff helps anyway. And I have my cooldowns up now. Which means revenge.
Here we go.
I didn't get any Floodvine. I got a Purple Lotus, not Silver Sage.
If anybody has extra water they don't want, I will happily take it and hand it off to my farmer. Thanks, Summoned.
Anybody want a soul stone? I got one made and I'm gonna log off.
Okay, I've got enough water.
All the water.
I'm going to drown. Thank you, miss. I
You
now
need
have
to be hydrated.
216. Oh, Bray just gave me some 227. Cool, I should take Cage into AV and hand it out to all the beggars in there. Jesus wept.
There's a bijou over here at the top of the steps.
Right side, left side.
Oh, the
So
first set of steps that you come up.
Oh. Alrighty, well, see you guys tomorrow.
see you tomorrow.
Come duel me.
Yeah, give me like 10 minutes. I'm gonna go stretch and grab something to eat, and then I'll meet you out front.
Yeah, good raid. Thanks all.
Fun had by all.
Yeah, I don't see it. Way back at the beginning of the temple. Oh yeah, I see it now.
Top of the stairs you first come up.
I need to find the hunter.
I'll just mail it to Hypo.
Too much to ask for actually. The hunter doll on it. The hunter.
Well, the guild bank might have one, but I'm not sure.
I've got them. I just need to find it.
Okay. Shannon, do you need a port?
Do I need what? The port? No, I'm getting an enchant and then I'll figure out something.
Okay.
For the Horde!
You need the bank.
Yeah.
Okay. Be right back.
Why?
Will it give you a hunter doll?
Oh. My hunter doesn't need it for a long time.
That's fine. Then you can hand it off to my hunter.
Well, you know, bag space and all that.
Mm-hmm.
You guys stole Silt from our raid. He was chilling up here for the whole ass thing.
Who?
Silt, Siltaren.
Oh.
Stole him. He wasn't even in VC for the whole thing. He was up here with you guys.
Well, he didn't want to hang out with you guys.
Yeah, I know, we're not cool enough.
He liked
Crap, I
us
don't remember
better.
who's got the friggin' dolls now. 2 seconds.
I mean, to be fair, we didn't really talk. So it's fine. I'd probably confuse it too.
You near the bank?
No, you took too long. I'm in the auction house.
to put your family in. It's quite reassuring to know that should you get in an accident in one of these cars, you and your boxes of toner should be just fine. I also quite like the interior. This one's quite a good spec, so I've got front and rear parking sensors. I've even got heated seats. Everything's laid out sensibly. I like the gear lever because it fits in the palm of your hand perfectly. It's typical of General Motors, there's loads of buttons and switches that you'll recognise from loads of other cars. But the actual wraparound dash is quite stylish, it's almost like a Jaguar XJ. What's most surprising is the interior quality, because all the buttons that you press don't feel like they're going to fall off at any moment, which is unusual for a Vauxhall. You've got a couple of cup holders here, you've got centre storage here, although that's not the biggest, but you do have an auxiliary and USB point. You get an electronic handbrake, which clears up this centre console area. Over the years I've bought and sold loads of Insignias, and, well, they're not the most reliable car on the planet, but they're also not the least reliable. They're a mixed bag, pretty much like every used car on the market. I've had a few issues and then others I've sold and not had any comebacks. I've had diesel models with DPF issues, which is fairly standard these days. I've had a petrol once that blew its head gasket. I've had clutches that need to be replaced. And on the diesel model they have a dual mass flywheel, so that can start getting quite expensive. But again, it should last you 100,000 miles, so generally speaking they're not bad news. Fortunately most Vauxhall parts are quite reasonable as too, and they're readily available everywhere, so you'll never have any issues sourcing any parts. If you're looking for an Insignia, you really want to try and buy a facelift model, which came out in 2013, because everything's just ever so slightly better. The engines, the interiors, everything's just been tweaked for the good. Prices start at around £1,000, but for that sort of money you're going to get a battered one that's been to the moon. So you're better spending 5 or 6 grand and getting one that's half decent. For a nice low mileage one like this one's only done 32,000 miles. This is on at 7 grand. So if you've got a budget of between 6 and 8, you're going to get a decent low mileage one. If you need a big spacious car and you do lots of miles regularly, you really can't go wrong with a diesel model. Just make sure it's got good service records, because if you neglect the oil changes on those, the diesel engines can seize. So just make sure it's had a regular oil change. They are very cheap cars to run though. I remember a couple of years ago I had to go down to central London at a short notice, and I had a diesel Insignia in stock, so I jumped in that and drove there and back, which was about 210 miles each way, and it took about £35 in diesel. So they are very economical. Even a petrol model like this will do 37, 38 miles per gallon. Visibility isn't brilliant, the side windows are quite shallow, and the rear window is so steep that you can barely see out of it at all. So there we are, the Vauxhall Insignia. It would have been really easy of me to rip this car to shreds, tell you how boring it is and sensible, and how it feels as though it's been designed by a focus group. But that would have been silly of me because it's quite a good all-rounder. They're not the best at any one thing, but they're certainly not the worst either. I think rather than be too critical of it, we should actually commend it, because it's an everyman car, it's a family car, it's a workhorse, it's a motorway soldier, it's a... Well, I think I'll stop now because I'm starting to sound like that Meredith Brooks song, but you get the picture. It's just it's a very good 4.8 metres of car. I don't think people will be talking about them in years to come. Hey, do you remember that Vauxhall Insignia Elite that I had a few years ago? I don't think that conversation will ever happen. But that doesn't matter, does it? I mean, for the here and now, if you need a car, it's not a bad option. It's never going to be the star of the show. It's never going to be the A-lister. But remember, in every blockbuster movie, you also need the background actors, and that's what the Insignia is. You don't really notice them, but at the same time, what would we do without them? Although after all that, I think I'd still rather have a Passat. So thanks once again for watching. Make sure you give the video a thumbs up if you enjoyed it. Make sure you subscribe if you haven't done already. Make sure you follow me on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. Alright guys, how's it going? Welcome back. Today I'm in a Skoda Yeti. Sorry, I've pronounced Skoda wrong there, haven't I? You're supposed to say it, I believe, as if you're doing a bad Sean Connery impression. So it's Skoda. Skoda. Like shaken, not stirred. Shaken, not stirred. Anyway, the Skoda Yeti is quite a weird vehicle. It's been around since 2009, and I've always liked them in a weird sort of way. Now, because I only deal in used cars, I don't exactly have my finger on the pulse of the new car world, so I didn't realise that they'd axed the Yeti. As of 2017, the Yeti was no more, which I think was a big mistake on Skoda's part, because they've replaced it with just another bland and forgettable small SUV. Skoda had something here with the Yeti that nobody else had, nobody else could compete with. And yet they got rid of it and replaced it with just another boring crossover. Doesn't make much sense, does it? The Yeti was a bit odd, but I say that in the nicest possible way, because they were quite quirky and they stand out from the crowd. I mean, it isn't that revolutionary. It shares a lot of parts with the Golf, so I don't want to get carried away. The boot is huge, perfect if you've got dogs, even if those dogs are St. Bernards. The seats fold down flat, and with those seats flat, it turns itself into a caddy van. It's really spacious and practical, which is perfect if you've got to take your kids to a fancy dress party and they've decided to dress up as Abraham Lincoln. Up front, you get a spacious, sensibly laid out cabin. It's quite light and airy thanks to the tall roof and the panoramic glass roof. The quality of everything's very good. I've got a nice leather steering wheel. I've got an armrest here that's quite comfortable. Everything's sort of where you'd expect it to be. You've got a couple of cup holders, USB and auxiliary points. I mean, this one's even got heated seats and sat-nav, so it really is as well spec'd as a lot of Mercedes. Everything you touch is typical VW group. Everything feels sturdy and solid and well built. They do a vast range of engines too, ranging from a 1.2 litre 4-cylinder petrol turbo engine all the way up to a 2 litre turbo diesel, which is in this model today. Now, I would opt for the 2 litre turbo diesel because it produces 140 horsepower and it's quite a torquey engine. On top of that, it's very efficient. It just works well with this kind of workhorse vehicle. Plus, I'm not a huge fan of VW petrol engines. I personally think they're a little bit unreliable. They always burn quite a bit of oil. So you're better off going for the diesel, because VW diesel engines, although there was a whole scandal about emissions, they are very good. They also offer a 1.6 litre diesel, which they call the Green Line, which does about 1 million miles per gallon and costs threepence to tax. But they're quite slow, no good if you want to use this as a tow vehicle. So in my opinion, you want to go for the 2 litre diesel. The model I'm in today is also 4-wheel drive. You see what I mean about it being a bit of an oddity? Who would think that that would sell? I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not knocking it, but it is quite niche, isn't it? I really like that the Yeti isn't comparable to anything else. Skoda stuck the neck out with this design and it paid off. Or at least I think it did. I'm in third gear now and this thing pulls. It revs up to about 4,000 RPM. I'm still in fourth and I've just hit 70 miles per hour. This is a 6-speed manual. They also offer it in a DSG automatic, but again, I would go for the manual personally. It's better if you're planning on using this to tow anything. It's quite a windy day today, but you can hear quite a bit of wind noise as you sat here at 70 miles an hour. But it rides very well, it's not too firm at all. It's quite a comfortable ride. Even in 6th gear on the motorway with low revs, you've got enough power to overtake. So let's talk about the styling then, shall we? I know it's not everyone's cup of tea. It's quite a weird looking thing, but I quite like it. It's not offensive. I don't hate it like I hate a Nissan Juke. I think it just looks quite dependable and trustworthy, if you know what I mean. I've noticed that people let you out of side roads when you're driving this, in ways that they don't do when you're driving a Porsche or Range Rover. The Yeti had a minor facelift in 2014. This particular model is a 2017, which is one of the last ever Yetis made. There isn't a huge amount of difference between the pre-facelift and the facelift Yeti, only that the lines got sort of sharper and straighter and just a little bit crisper in general. So what's it like to drive? I say this in the nicest possible way, but it's a little bit forgettable. It feels like driving an Audi A3 or a VW Golf. It's alright. It's front-wheel drive, so it handles like any other front-wheel drive car. Even though it's quite a tall car, there's not much body roll. I like the 6-speed manual gearbox. Another thing, because it sits a little bit higher, it's easier to get in and out of than a Golf. And it's also easier to spot when you leave the supermarket. Also, the 4-wheel drive version is perfect if you live in a fairly rural area like I do. It gives you a bit of confidence knowing that if it snows, you'll probably make it home, whereas your neighbour will get his silly Nissan Juke stuck. I don't want to oversell this part-time 4-wheel drive system because it's no good if you're planning on doing the Paris-Dakar Rally. But for general pottering around out here in the sticks, it's pretty capable. They're pretty cheap to run too. If you opt for a diesel, you'll average 45 miles per gallon, or 55 on a motorway run. They're low on insurance because, well, I mean, who's going to nick one? They're cheap to tax too. They're also cheap to repair. A standard oil change on something like this is going to cost you 60 quid. One thing to mention, you do need to replace the timing belts every 5 years, or I think 60,000 miles. So that's worth bearing in mind. That's going to cost you about £250 to replace the timing belt and water pump. In terms of reliability, they're pretty good. If you change the oil on this every 10,000 miles and keep up with the timing belt replacement, it will last for many years. You can also wave to other Yetis in traffic. Hey! The driving position is very good because you sit a little bit higher up so you can see all around you. The windows and the sides are completely slab-sided, so everything's at 90 degrees. You know exactly where the back of the car ends because it's like a van. I like Skodas though in general. It was a very clever idea that VW had. And of course, when the recession hit 10 or 12 years ago, they sold in big numbers because people wanted a new car, but they didn't want to spend too much. You can buy a brand new Skoda and people don't assume that you're rich, which is a good thing. It just flies under the radar, it's totally inoffensive, and I like that. Prices for used Yetis for a high mileage early 2009 model start at a couple of grand. Now if you find one with good service records that's had its cam belt done once or twice, then you're onto a winner. If your budget can stretch, you're probably better off going for a facelift model from 2014 onwards that's done fewer miles. Then it will last you many years. For one like this, a 2017 four-wheel drive model with 35,000 miles on the clock, with sat-nav and heated seats, it will set you back between 12 and 13 grand. This one isn't mine, by the way, so I'm not purposely pushing my own stock. This belongs to a friend of mine. But no, I just think they're very good cars. And if you need something practical that's also four-wheel drive, but you don't want the running costs of a big Range Rover, then this could be perfect. So to sum up, I think it's a cracking car. With its quirky looks and its spacious interior, I can't really think of anything else that you could compare it to. It really would make an excellent family car. So thanks once again for watching. Make sure you give the video a thumbs up if you enjoyed it. Make sure you subscribe if you haven't done already. Alright guys, how's it going? Welcome back. Nowadays you can't really drive a four-wheel drive around town without getting a lot of scornful looks from a bunch of do-gooders who would rather everybody went around on a bicycle or on the back of a horse. You can just about get away with it in rural areas like this, but you still occasionally find the odd nutter who's absolutely outraged that you've spent your hard-earned cash on a nice Range Rover or Q7. There's not a day that goes by at the moment where we don't see a bunch of protesters causing mayhem in a town centre or city centre, which basically just disrupts your average people going about their business like you or I. I often wonder if it wasn't for climate change, what would they all be protesting about? They'd find something, I'm certain of that. What they should do really is join forces, go and set up a little community in the countryside where they all live in yurts, don't bathe or shave or eat gluten or eat animals, rather than firing dirty looks at you or I for driving somewhere where we could perhaps cycle. Thankfully though, there's still one four-wheel drive car you can buy that just slips under the radar. A four-wheel Wheel drive car that will get you looks of sympathy rather than loathing. That brings me on to today's car, because today I'm in a 2002 Suzuki Jimny. People look at this car the same way that they look at a weak newborn puppy. And the Jimny certainly does feel like the run to the litter. It's about as threatening and masculine as McLovin. Straight away though, as soon as you jump in a Jimny, you can feel its character coming through. Most little Japanese cars have the charisma of a chest freezer, but not the Jimny. The model I'm in today is a 2002, and it has a 1.3 litre petrol engine, which produces about 82 horsepower. Now I thought the Jimny had been around since the late 90s. I mean, it has in the UK, it's been around since 98. But in the rest of the world, it's been around since 1970. And Suzuki have sold nearly 3 million of these in nearly 200 countries. This third generation Suzuki Jimny ran from 1998 to 2018. And that's an unbelievably long production run of 20 years. I mean, car manufacturers just don't do that nowadays. They replaced it in 2018 with the fantastically cool little new-shaped Jimny, which I love. I think it just looks great. And it's got some really great reviews too, although I've never driven one. This generation did have several facelifts over its 20-year run, but to be honest, only nerds will be able to tell the difference. Even I can't tell the difference, which is saying something. Around town it feels quite nippy and there's quite a bit of torque, even though it's a little 1.3 litre engine. But on a run, I mean, I'm currently sat doing 55 miles per hour on the bypass on the dual carriageway, and it feels a little laboured. I wouldn't really want to go much quicker than that. I don't think I'd want to do a long journey in it. Although you might think this is just a wet lettuce of a Jeep with no four-wheel drive pedigree, you'd be wrong, because it's a proper off-roader with low range. It's not just a real-life Barbie and Ken Jeep, as its looks would suggest. It's much better than that. This one uses a 1.3 litre petrol engine which produces just 82 horsepower, which gives it a quite pedestrian 0 to 60 time of 16.5 seconds. In certain markets they sold it with a 1.5 litre Renault Nissan turbo diesel engine, which I imagine would be quite good because it would give it a bit more torque. But that turbo diesel model never made it past the White Cliffs of Dover. We only got the petrol models, which are surprisingly good actually. It's all you'd need for this kind of car. If I was an estate agent, I would describe this interior as utilitarian, but I'm not. So what I will say is it's about as well equipped as a bicycle. You do get some options though. You've got electric windows, what else? A clock, which funnily enough looks like the same clock in my GT86. You get a radio CD player. What else do you get? That's about it. The plastics do feel a little bit cheap, to be honest. I never thought that you could get so much movement from a glove box. Everything feels a little bit cheap. You get 2 horn buttons on the steering wheel, which does sound like something Fisher-Price have made. So I bought this one a few weeks ago and took it straight down to the body shop to have a few alterations done. And I must admit, I bought this the day after the new Defender was released. And having been online and spec'd up my new Defender with its white steel wheels, I got a little bit carried away with this one, hence why it's got white steel wheels. I do think it looks quite cool though, although I'm not completely sold on the idea of the Jimny transfers yet, so they might come off. So, what's it like to drive? Well, have you ever driven an old Jeep Wrangler? Or better yet actually, have you ever driven a CJ7 Renegade? It's kind of like that. It's very, very rough and ready. This is a car that would make an old Defender feel quite luxurious. The ride, as you can probably tell from the shaking camera, is a little bit choppy. In fact, when I say choppy, I mean rough. Imagine being in the crow's nest on the Titanic when it hit the iceberg. That's what it's like when you run over a cat's eye in a Suzuki Jimny. There is a surprising amount of torque though from the little petrol engine. And what you won't be prepared for is the cheesy grin it puts on your face immediately. It's a very fun little car to drive. On a long journey though, it might give you a bit of backache. It feels very dated and very antiquated, but having said that, it's nearly 18 years old, and the design's 21 years old, so you've got to cut it some slack, I suppose. There's quite a lot of engine noise, as you're probably picking up from the microphone. The ride's firm. You go down a bump or over a cat's eye, and you know about it. The steering is light and vague. It bounces all over the road like a space hopper. But all those things quickly become irrelevant because you'll be grinning ear to ear, and I don't really know why. It's also quite good on fuel because it's so light and the engine's so small. You'll average 35, 36 miles per gallon. In normal circumstances it's rear wheel drive, but when you switch it to four wheel drive, it adds power to the front too. You can switch it from two wheel drive to four wheel drive at speeds of up to 60 miles an hour too, which is quite impressive. Some four wheel drives you have to be stationary to do that, but not with the Jimny. Visibility is good due to its large windows, and the fact it's so small, I know exactly where the tailgate finishes. You can buy it as a 5-speed manual or a 4-speed automatic, but the autos are quite rare on the used market and they always fetch a silly premium. They also sold a convertible Jimny if you want that Malibu Barbie look. But beware, if you buy the convertible, the road noise will increase, wind noise will increase. Now, I rented one of those last year on holiday with my family, and the weather was rubbish on this particular day and it leaked like a sieve. So if you are in the market for a convertible one, just check that it doesn't leak, because I suspect most of them will. So it's not very practical, there's not much interior space. I've got nowhere here for my right knee because it's right up against the door card. The boot is about as big as the vegetable drawer on my fridge. You won't want to take it on a long journey because you'll get a bad back, sore knees, and probably you'll be deaf by the time you get there. But for around town it is quite good fun. Off-road it's also very good because it's so light and the wheelbase is so narrow, it seems to just get over anything, which makes it a very capable four-wheel drive. The main issue here in the UK with the Jimny is rust. Most old ones are as rotten as a pear. I've had this one under seal to try and protect it, but there will still be some signs of surface rust just because of its age. They just don't seem to cope very well with the British weather. So if you are after an older one, beware. As far as reliability goes, they're a safe bet. They rarely go wrong, and when they do, they're quite inexpensive to repair. They're cheap to maintain too. They're also very cheap to buy. You can pick them up for around £1,000. One like this with low mileage and full service history will cost you around £3,000. If you want a good automatic, you can easily add a couple of grand onto that price because they just fetch a stupid premium. If for some strange reason I was told I had to use one of these every day for the next 5 years, don't get me wrong, I'd be a little bit gutted. But if I was in the market for a small four-wheel drive car, then I'd definitely consider one. I'd certainly rather have one than a Fiat Panda four-wheel drive. I know they're not for everyone, but they are very good at what they do. There's not much else out there like it really. There's the Daihatsu Terios, but they don't do that in a short wheelbase version. There's the Vitara, I suppose, or the Grand Vitara as it's called, but that's really no better than the Jimny, and it's more expensive. As you go into corners in this thing, you do have to back off a little bit because you get the impression that I'd certainly rather have one than a Fiat Panda four-wheel drive. I know they're not for everyone, but they are very good at what they do. There's not much else out there like it really. There's the Daihatsu Terios, but they don't do that in a short wheelbase version. There's the Vitara, I suppose, or the Grand Vitara as it's called, but that's really no better than the Jimny, and it's more expensive. As you go into corners in this thing, you do have to back off a little bit because you get the impression that it would roll over if you pushed it a little bit too hard. I wouldn't like to try and do the moose test in this because there is quite a lot of body roll. So thank you once again for watching. Give the video a thumbs up if you liked it. Make sure you subscribe if you haven't done already. If you've got any questions or comments, leave them below and I'll do my best to get back to you. Cheers guys, I'll see you next time. Alright guys, how's it going? Welcome back. Today I'm in this 2004 Hyundai Terracan. I was going to film with this a few weeks ago, but when I went to the car park where I'd stored it because I had no space at work, when I went back there to fire it up, the exhaust was blowing terribly. So I got down on my hands and knees and realised that it wasn't just a hole in the back box or anything, somebody had stolen the catalytic converter. Whilst we were on lockdown, I might add. Which is an increasingly common issue, and I don't know what can be done to stop it. Only perhaps if scrapyards stopped accepting them, perhaps, maybe that would work. But incidentally, the cost of a new catalytic converter is about 250 quid. So, not the end of the world, but it's just annoying that somebody would steal somebody else's possession. Especially on a 2004 car like this, because I can only imagine what rusty state the original catalytic converter was in. I mean, what use is that to anybody? Anyway, getting distracted here while I go off on a bit of a rant. So, the Hyundai Terracan, if you don't know much about cars, you might think that it looks a little bit like a Toyota Land Cruiser. And you're right, it does. It's a boxy, old-school four-wheel drive. In fact, I had one of these cars a couple of years ago at work. It was a 2007 and it had done about 100,000 miles. but it only had 2 owners, full service history including a timing belt change. It was in good condition. Mechanically, I thought it was sound. Anyway, I was stood on the forecourt chatting to a customer who was interested in it. I thought it was sound. Anyway, I was stood on the change. It was in good condition. Mechanically, I thought it was a couple of years ago at work. It was a 2007 and it had done about 100,000 miles. But it only had 2 owners, full service history including a timing belt change. It was in good condition. Mechanically, I thought it was sound. Anyway, I was stood on the forecourt chatting to a customer who was interested in it. The engine was running, it was ticking over, and he said those fatal words to me. He said, "Oh, it's just like a Land Cruiser, but half the price, isn't it?" So I agreed. Anyway, with perfect comic timing, the engine cut out, and that was it. And I never ever got it running ever again. In the end, I sold it for scrap and lost about £2,000 in the process. So I don't know what went wrong there, but I must have just got a bad one. So that was my last experience with the Terragan. Anyway, I bought this one because I don't learn from my mistakes. But no, seriously, I bought this one because it's only had 1 owner from new in 16 years, and it's only done 44,000 miles, and the condition's excellent. So I thought I'd buy it, even if it's only just to do a YouTube video with, because the Terracan isn't a car that you see every day. In fact, I can't recall the last time I saw one. If you don't know much about the Terracan, I don't blame you really, because neither did I. They didn't sell in huge numbers here in the UK. They were only available from 2001 to 2007. Under the bonnet was a 2.9 litre J series 4-cylinder turbo diesel, which was also found in the Kia Sedona or Kia Carnival. And they also offered it with a 3.5 litre V6, which I think is the same engine that was featured in my Kia Sorento video I did a couple of months ago. But the diesel was the most popular one here in the UK with high fuel prices. I was living in Spain during the mid-2000s, and the Hyundai Terracan was quite popular there. Also quite popular in Spain at the time was a Galloper. Now that was like a sub-brand of Hyundai, and it was called the Galloper Exceed, and it was basically a rebadged old-shaped Shogun. They were quite a strange thing really, but it just demonstrates that relationship between Hyundai and the Japanese firm Mitsubishi. Anyway, back to the Terracan. Styling-wise, if I was being polite, I would call it utilitarian and functional. But if I wasn't, I'd probably say it's a little bit ugly. It's almost like a police sketch of a Land Cruiser or Shogun. I think the fact that this is two-tone, the lower body panels are a different colour, does make it look a little bit dated. And that line of two-toneness rises too high in the car. It's like it's waded through a river of paint. The River Dulux, if you will. I always thought the area around the filler door was weird. The fact that they've notched out around the rear arch to accommodate the filler door is just a massive afterthought. Interior space isn't bad, it's quite spacious and quite roomy. Visibility is superb because not only are you sat up high, but the windscreen's steep and all the other windows around you are completely flat, so you can just see everything. You see over these stone walls with ease. The Terracan was only offered as a 5-seater, which is odd because you'd have thought for such a big car it could quite easily accommodate a third row seating, and it would have been that little bit more practical for most families and probably would have sold in greater numbers. The boot is huge and the spare is mounted under the car, so that doesn't impede boot space. There are lots of storage compartments in the door cards. I've got a couple of cup holders. Seats are very comfortable and soft. This one's finished in nice soft leather. You've got grab handles everywhere. It is like an old school four-wheel drive. And that, of course, is what it drives like. It drives like an old truck, this. They've tried to make this top-spec model more luxurious by throwing fake wood and leather everywhere. And the result is a little bit laughable, because it isn't high-end. It's like imitation luxury. It's faux opulence. It's like being in a Chrysler 300C from the mid-2000s. Behind me at the moment is a 2002 Land Rover Defender, and the only way that you would think that this Terracan was luxurious was if you jumped out of that into this. It's almost as if the designers at Hyundai at the time said, right, we want to make a car that competes with the Range Rover, but you're only allowed to buy your materials from Poundland. It's slightly unfair of me to judge this car sat here in 2020, because I imagine back in 2004, it was alright. You can see they've taken inspiration from Toyota from many angles. I mean, even things like the remote key fob looks like the one that you would find on a Toyota of this era. It's a blatant rip-off. Fuel-wise, don't expect Prius running costs. It's an old-fashioned heavy four-wheel drive car that's not aerodynamic at all. So expect to get low 20s around town, in MPG I'm talking, by the way. Low 20s around town, high 20s on a motorway run, but you won't get more than that from it. Road tax here in the UK, because this is a 2004, it's £330 a year. For 06 and 07 cars, they will cost you £560 a year. This 2.9 litre engine produces a laughable 150 horsepower, and it's mated to a 4-speed automatic gearbox. I mean, these are very 90s figures. Which means, if I come to a stop here and put my foot down to the floor, you get a little bit of power when the turbo kicks in, but it's all very underwhelming. The engine's quite loud and unrefined, the gearbox is quite slow to respond. It's all very, very agricultural. But, I mean, to be fair, it would make quite a good workhorse. They're very good tow vehicles if you've got a caravan or a horse box, because they'll tow 2.8 tonnes. Because it's a tall, boxy, body-on-frame truck, the amount of body roll you get is laughable. Let me try and demonstrate this to you. I feel a bit seasick now. They are pretty good off-road vehicles. If you put a decent set of tyres on this, it will take you anywhere. They have low range and lock-in diffs, so they really are quite capable off-road. As they age, you do need to watch out for rust, because they do rust quite badly. I doubt you'll find any Terracans out there here in the UK that don't have any rust on them. I'd recommend you get it wax oiled regularly just to try and protect it. Also, this engine has a timing belt which needs to be replaced every 5 years or 60,000. I feel a bit seasick now. They are pretty good off-road vehicles. If you put a decent set of tyres on this, it will take you anywhere. They have low range and lock-in diffs, so they really are quite capable off-road. As they age, you do need to watch out for rust, because they do rust quite badly. I doubt you'll find any Terracans out there here in the UK that don't have any rust on them. I'd recommend you get it wax oiled regularly just to try and protect it. Also, this engine has a timing belt which needs to be replaced every 5 years or 60,000 miles, which is quite a short interval. I've just had it replaced on this car because there was no evidence of it being done. And that cost me about £300, so that's something that you need to bear in mind if you're buying one. The one that I owned a couple of years ago that broke on me, I suspect that was a snap timing belt, although it had been done according to the service history. Perhaps the rubber just decomposed or something and it just went. I'm not sure, I never got to the bottom of it. Apart from the timing belt, you've just got regular servicing costs which aren't too high. Things like brake discs, pads, tyres, they're no more expensive than your standard car. This particular Terracan with 44,000 miles on the clock is probably a testament to its previous owner rather than to Hyundai's build quality, because everything works. I'm sat here with the air conditioning on, which is like being in Norway in the winter. It's ice cold. All the windows work, remote central locking works, everything that I've tried works. It's not nice to drive, it's not nice to look at, and it's not cheap to run. I'm really selling this to you, aren't I? But on the plus side, if you're after a cheap workhorse, then it's really not that bad. It's no worse than a Grand Cherokee of this era, or a Daihatsu 4-Track, or a, what else, Isuzu Trooper. They're all about this sort of quality. Unless you pay a little bit extra for a Shogun, or a lot more and get a Land Cruiser, they're all this sort of standard. You do have some Korean quirks in that the indicator's on the right hand side, not the left. So you try and turn left with your indicator, and you get the wipers. I think had Hyundai released this in the mid-90s, it would have done alright. But by 2007, you know, people were buying Porsche Cayennes and BMW X5s, and they were just far better, far more modern. All those newer SUVs really show the prehistoric nature of the Terracan. Amongst other body-on-frame trucks from the 90s, the Terracan can hold its own, but against more modern SUVs, it really can't. Used prices here in the UK start from around £1,500. That'll get you a high-mileage manual with no spec. For one like this with such low miles, I mean, there really is nothing out there like it. They're quite a rare car now in the UK. There really aren't that many for sale. If you have a look on Auto Trader, there won't be any more than a couple of dozen of these. They range anywhere from a couple of grand all the way up to 5 or 6 grand. So anyway, I just thought I'd do a quick video with it because it's one of those cars that you've probably forgotten existed. And this was such a nice one. It's from the 90s. The Terracan can hold its own, but against more modern SUVs, it really can't. Used prices here in the UK start from around £1,500. That'll get you a high-mileage manual with no spec. For one like this with such low miles, I mean, there really is nothing out there like it. They're quite a rare car now in the UK. There really aren't that many for sale. If you have a look on Auto Trader, there won't be any more than a couple of dozen of these. They range anywhere from a couple of grand all the way up to 5 or 6 grand. So anyway, I just thought I'd do a quick video with it because it's one of those cars that you've probably forgotten existed. And this was such a nice one, I thought it was worthy of doing a video with. So if you enjoyed it, give me a thumbs up. If you haven't subscribed already, please make sure you do. If you've got any comments or questions, let me know below. Alright guys, how's it going? Welcome back. So a couple of months ago I did a video with a Toyota Land Cruiser. which turned out to be Denise Welsh's car. And as claim to fames go, that's a pretty poor one, admittedly. But anyway, I got loads of comments from people telling me that I'd bought the wrong Land Cruiser. That was just a Prado, which I argued with, because here in the UK it's called a Land Cruiser, it's not called a... Anyway, I digress. So to silence those people, here you go. Today I'm in a 2002 Land Cruiser. Here in the UK it's called the Land Cruiser Amazon, but I know in other parts of the world it's simply called the Land Cruiser. We got the Land Cruiser Colorado, which is called the Prado in other parts of the world, and the Amazon. Now, just like the Amazon River and Amazon Rainforest, this thing is vast. It's huge. If you've ever wondered what it's like to drive a bungalow, this gives you a pretty good idea. So let's take it for a drive and see what it's like. Well, we're off to a good start anyway, because this one has a 4.7 litre V8 petrol. So yeah, let's take it for a drive. Now, the history of the Land Cruiser is quite an interesting one because it can trace its roots all the way back to the Second World War. When the Japanese army invaded the Philippines, they found an American Jeep. So they shipped it back to Japan and asked Toyota to make an equivalent. So Toyota reverse engineered it and produced the very first Land Cruiser. Although it wasn't called a Land Cruiser, it was just a Toyota Jeep. And that's basically what Japan has been doing ever since. It takes an idea from the West and just improves it and makes it better. This model is the 100 series Land Cruiser, which came out in the late 90s. It was the first one to be fitted with a V8. This one uses a 4.7 litre V8, which produces 230 horsepower. It's a big polluting four-wheel drive that'll only average 15 miles per gallon, so you're not going to get Greta Thunberg knocking on your door asking to be friends. This one's been converted to run on LPG as well, so you've got the option to save some money on fuel. The V8 model came standard with a 5-speed automatic gearbox, which does the job very well. It's very smooth. And the V8, although it's got a 0 to 60 time of around 11 seconds, it is very smooth and very powerful, and you'll tow about 3.5 tons. It sounds good too. It costs new around £50,000, but they hold the values remarkably well. A nice example like this, even if it is 17 years old, will still set you back around £10,000. So they do depreciate slower than a Range Rover. They're one of the few used cars that you can buy and keep for a few years and still sell and get most of your money back. This one's done 132,000 miles, which in Land Cruiser circles is barely broken in. So here in the UK, this was badged as the Land Cruiser Amazon, and it was only sold until 2006. You can no longer buy the full-size Land Cruiser in most of the European countries. We only get the smaller version, which is called the Prado in other parts of the world. I'm not surprised either, to be honest, because it is huge. It's really not designed for these small European roads. The interior is huge, as well as you'd expect. You get so much space. The seats are wide and comfortable, it feels like sitting on a couch. And the armrest is huge. It's as big as most Ryanair seats. I know it's a little bit dated in terms of the buttons and controls and switches, but if you just look, there's just no wear on anything. And this car is 17 years old. They have used very good quality materials. Although the layout of some of the buttons is a bit confusing, they're not always where you'd expect to find them. You get a third row of seating too, and the boot's huge. Although it does show its age a little bit in the fact that when you store the third row of seats, they fold up against the windows like an old Shogun, rather than cleverly folded into the floor, which is a little bit 90s. And it's got a split folding tailgate like a Range Rover, so it's quite practical. It turns into a bench. The V8 does provide plenty of power actually. It does handle like a big body-on-frame off-roader. Well, that's what it is. I mean, there's no surprise there. It does feel a little bit dated in its drive. The appearance is quite stately too. I like it. I like that it's a little bit more conservative than a blingy, flashy Range Rover. Visibility is very good too. It's high up too, so you can see over the tops of all the cars in front of you. It's very easy to drive as well, considering its size. The steering's very light, albeit a little bit vague. The turning circle's excellent. It's like a black cab. It's very comfortable. The seats are very padded and thick, and the leather's not worn considering it's done 136,000 miles. And the fact that it's so high to get into, usually the bolster is all worn out. This one hasn't at all. Because of its size, parking the thing can be quite a chore in a crowded town centre, but then it wasn't really designed for that. It was designed more for the Australian outback than your local Asda car park. It was designed to tackle the harshest terrains on the planet, and you get the impression that it would do that with ease. You could jump in this and drive to Africa without even a second thought, although you would need to borrow somebody's fuel card, otherwise it would cost you a fortune. So there's no doubt it's superb off-road. It can tow 3.5 tons with ease. I imagine you wouldn't even know that you've got something on the back. So it's very capable. More capable than a Range Rover as well, I would say. It feels very solid, very heavy, just feels like it's been built to last. Reliability wise, here's what I think anyway. I think that we've been programmed or conditioned to think that Toyotas are the most reliable cars on the planet, and there's obviously some truth in that. I'm not going to suggest otherwise because that would be foolish. But the Land Cruiser isn't without its issues. It's got this adaptive air suspension which always fails. This one's been converted to run on springs. Also, I was driving this the other day and it started to run really rough, started to misfire. I managed to crawl back to my mechanics. The timing belt had jumped 6 teeth and knocked the timing out, so it was running terribly. Now, luckily, it hadn't done any damage, so they put a new timing belt and a few other bits and pieces, and here it is back on the road purring again as it should be. But here's the thing, Toyota owners will say, well, it's 17 years old and the only thing that's failed is the air suspension and the timing belt. How good's that? Whereas if that were to happen on a Range Rover, they'd be saying the air suspension's failed, the timing belt's jumped, what an unreliable piece of rubbish. Do you see the difference? Now, I'm not saying it's less reliable than a Range Rover, of course I'm not. But Toyota owners do tend to talk up the reliability of their cars and talk down the reliability of Land Rover products, which is a bit strange. Overall though, I do love this car. I love the drive of it, I love the driving position, I love the sound of the engine. I just love its no-nonsense approach. You could compare the Land Cruiser to a rugby player who just gets stuck in, doesn't care whether he's broken an arm or broken a leg, he just continues. Whereas the Range Rover is more like a football player who gets stretched off as soon as he twists his ankle. How's that for an analogy? It does feel slow and heavy and massive, but that's just part and parcel of driving a car like this. Running costs are obviously quite high. Fuel will cost you a fortune. They do a big 4.2 litre diesel as well, V8 diesel, but that'll be thirsty too. Not quite as thirsty as the petrol, but it will still have an appetite for fuel. Then you've got road tax. If it's pre-2005, it's only $325 a year, which this one is. If it's an 05 or 06 model, then you'll pay $550 or $570 a year. But I'm very impressed with the build quality. Apart from something in the boot that's rattling, everything else is solid. There's no doubt it's an excellent off-roader that will take you anywhere you want to go, whereas a Range Rover might leave you stranded. I don't want to keep going on about the Range Rover because this video is all about the Land Cruiser, but it is worth comparing the two. Because although the Land Cruiser is very good at one thing, it's very good at going off-road, the Range Rover is more than that. The Range Rover is also a Mercedes S-Class, it's also a limousine. You could pull up in a Range Rover outside the Dorchester Hotel on Park Lane, and Rupert the doorman will open the door for you, wearing his top hat and tails. Whereas if you arrive in a Land Cruiser, Rupert's going to assume you're lost and want to give you directions. So that's the main difference. The Land Cruiser is a bit of a one-trick pony in that sense. It's excellent at one thing, whereas the Range Rover is good at lots of things. So if you're looking for a Land Cruiser here in the UK, expect to spend anywhere between £8,000 and £15,000 for a decent one. But as I said, it's one of the few cars that you can buy and run and keep for a few years and sell and get most of your money back, which is unusual. I've heard rumours that Toyota are planning to kill off the Land Cruiser by 2022, and I hope they are just rumours. I hope there's no truth in that. But anyway, time will tell, I suppose. I can't see why they'd want to kill off their flagship SUV. It must be down to decline in sales, I suppose. It might just mean that the full-size Land Cruiser is a little bit unpopular these days, with the success of the 4Runner, the RAV4, the CHR, all the smaller SUVs. It is more at home in Bulgaria than Belgravia, unlike the Range Rover. But yeah, I think it is the king of the off-roaders. So thank you once again for watching. Make sure you subscribe if you haven't done already. If you've got any questions or comments, leave them below, and I'll do my best to get back to you. Alright guys, how's it going? So today you join me on a road trip. I'm heading all the way down to southern Spain. I've done this journey maybe 50 times without exaggeration, and I always take the ferry, but this time I decided to take the Eurotunnel. I set off from Manchester this morning about 4 AM and drove the which I think says that it's had the timing belt changed. You can't. The only thing that I've noticed that's broken is this driver's sun visor. It doesn't retreat right the way to the top as it should, and that's pretty much it on a 15-year-old Toyota. I don't want to end up sounding like Scotty Kilmer, but it does seem to be quite a reliable thing. Past me, and I just look on in envy because every time I do this trip, it's always in something. It just does exactly what it says on the tin. So next stop, Malaga Airport, where I'm picking up my brother, and then, isn't it, buy a 15-year-old Toyota RAV4 with a diesel engine. I bought this car a couple of days ago. That's what sensible people do, isn't it? Buy a 15-year-old unknown car and then take it on an 1,800-mile journey across a continent. That's rational, isn't it? That's sensible. Yeah, I thought so. It's got no service history. The previous owner lost the service book apparently in a house move. That old chestnut. The only shred of service history that I've got, under the bonnet there's a sticker which I think says that it's had the timing belt changed. You can't really tell because half the sticker's missing, so it just says, I don't know, I'll show you a picture of it. So that's all the service history I've got. I have had an oil change done before I set off just to give me half a chance, and I've brimmed it with Shell V-Power diesel just to try and help it along. So far the only thing that I've noticed that's broken is this driver's sun visor. It doesn't retreat right the way to the top as it should, and that's pretty much it on a 15-year-old Toyota. I don't want to end up sounding like Scotty Kilmer, but it does seem to be quite a reliable thing. I've driven 300 miles this morning and I've averaged 47 miles per gallon, and yeah, it's driven without fault. The temperature gauge hasn't moved, it's just been steady. But it's a Toyota at the end of the day, so I don't know what I'm nervous for. I wouldn't want to do this journey in an 04 Freelander with no service records. Although that would improve my French, wouldn't it? Does anyone know what's French for I think my car's overheated again? The Dover to Calais ferry takes about an hour and a half, whereas this only takes 30 minutes. So it'll save me about an hour's time, which means that I can get further on in France. Anyway guys, wish me luck, I'll see you later. Morning guys, quick little update for you. I'm just south of Bordeaux. I think I'm about 100 miles from the border with Spain. I spent the night last night in one of those little budget B&B places, which are like, you know, the kind of like porta cabins stacked on top of one another, but it's all you need after like 12 hours of driving. So I think yesterday I did 820 miles. So after a couple of beers in a hotel bar, I was ready for my bed. Next stop for me is San Sebastian, and I've never actually been there before, so I might stop for lunch and see what it's like. Yesterday it was like 32 degrees. Today it's only 20, but it's still quite early. And because I put my foot down a little bit, the speed limit's slightly higher in France, and I had the aircon blasting away. My MPG has now dropped to 45 from 47. So it's still unbelievable for a car of this age. So far I'm 920 miles into this trip, and it's not missed a beat. The only thing that I've noticed actually, there's a bit of trim on the roof that's all standing proud. So that's either come loose, or either that, or it's seen a female RAV4 that it quite fancied. Who knows? I keep seeing very nice English plated cars driving past me, and I just look on in envy, because every time I do this trip it's always in something cheap and cheerful like this. I think just one time it might be nice to do it in a Range Rover or a Bentley GT or something like that. Anyway, one day that might happen. Every time I do this drive I'm always quite relieved to get through France, because I don't speak much French, and I always think if I've got a fault with a car or some sort of issue, I've got zero chance of getting it resolved. I'd have to rely on a friendly local offering me a hand. The chance of that are pretty slim. So I'm always quite relieved once I cross the border into Spain, because I lived in Spain, I can speak Spanish to a reasonable level, so I always think if I did have a problem in Spain, at least I have half a chance of resolving it. So anyway, yeah, next stop Spain. So I'm now on day 3 of this 1600 mile journey, and I've realised I've missed out big chunks of the trip. I'm not the best at this whole road tripping vlogging business, but honestly it was all a bit boring. The car hasn't missed a beat. I mean, it's 32 degrees. I'm on the outskirts of Cordoba, I think. Yeah, it's 32 degrees. I've got the aircon on full, and the temp gauge just refuses to budge. It's exactly where it should be, and it hasn't moved. Yesterday I drove from Bordeaux all the way down to Madrid, and then checked into a hotel in Madrid, just to break up the journey really. But I've now got about 200 miles to go. I've just filled up for the final time. Diesel's much cheaper in Spain than France. It's like 130 a litre here, and in France it was like 165.